Vale. Hola, sí.
Good morning. Welcome everybody, to everyone that is here to this 12th edition. Congratulations on this 12th edition and to this forum of employment and inclusive entrepreneurship. Are you all doing okay? Okay, so welcome. Thank you for being here in person, and also welcome to the people following us online through YouTube, through LinkedIn. We have a hashtag Together for Inclusion. So if you want to share any doubt, any comment on social media, you can do it by using this hashtag. This is a event within the framework of the European Network of Innovation for Inclusion. Thank you for all the organizers and the member organizations. And why are we today here this morning? Because we can't do these alone. In order to really help the most vulnerable people, we need a network that has already been created, and this is a space for reflecting, for sharing all those experiences, and for that network to get even stronger, because we can't do this alone. Because for truly be able to help, we need a community. We need a net, and that is why we are here. So thank you to Action Against Hunger. We're going to talk here from different perspectives. We're going to talk about artificial intelligence. It is here to stay, and that is why we're going to tackle it. We're also going to have another block in which we're going to have a collaborative approach to escalate that social participation and collaboration. And we're also going to finish this event by giving some awards. I think we can start with the first block. We're going to talk now about what this event is really about. We're going to give an institutional welcome, and we have the honor to welcome here Mr. Ignacio Bolea, Ministry of Social Rights, Consumption and Agenda 2030, Deputy Assistant Director of Social Services of the General Director of Family Diversity. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I wanted to thank Action Against Hunger and the European Network of Innovation for Inclusion, both for organizing this event, but also for inviting us, for inviting the ministry to talk about this topic of social innovation, which I think we all share, and we indeed share it in the ministry. It is a crucial challenge that we are already tackling and that we are going to face in the next years. I think we are seeing more and more how more challenging obstacles appear. We have new challenges with different causes. We suffered a pandemic, an inflation period, all the natural disasters that are originated by climate change, and we don't know what the future holds for us. And I think that to face all these challenges and to leverage all the opportunities that we have at our hands with technological advancements, we need to find new ways of doing things and strengthening an innovation ecosystem in which we can participate in a collaborative way. All the stakeholders that are part of it, all the public administrations, national, regional and local administration, and also private administrations or organizations, everyone that participates in social inclusion. And that is why in my intervention I wanted to briefly present the main projects that we are launching from our ministry in order to contribute to the development of these innovation ecosystem. First of all, as you're going to see in the projects I'm going to talk about and considering that we are in a forum of a European network, I think we have to be aware of the strength point that the different instruments and tools that we have at our disposal coming from the European Union. And I think we should all be aware of how we can use them to a better development. I am talking, first of all, on these experience, which I believe is an innovative one, and that the transformation and resilience mechanism represents, that was launched after the COVID pandemic, and also the financement of the renovation of social services and attention care for dependency. This support meant being able to launch many social projects with the participation of public agents and private agents. The experience from these pilot projects represented the basis, the foundation of the first institutionalization strategy of the ministry, which is our roadmap for supporting people in situations of dependency, vulnerability, or exclusion. And also, this was a first experience too, I also think, at a global or institutional level, and we're going to continue with it in the future years with our role. The State Secretariat of Social Services is going to act as a bridge for the actions of the European Plus Fund. This means that until 2030, we're going to have different call for proposals that represent 230 million euros. The first call for proposals was launched last June for guaranteeing child protection and the fight against hunger and poverty. This call is open to different agents, and it has a fund of 65 million euros. The finance projects are social financing, access to social services, testing of open adoption, return of families, and social intervention models for improving mental health and the academic results of children, teenagers that receive care from the protection system. And on the following years, we're going to open new calls or new proposals. And a different project that I wanted to talk to you about today, and we're very excited about this one. It's the participation on the new call for the EU Plus Fund for launching the new social innovation centers. For those of you that don't know about it, we're talking about these calls where we participate with other countries for the development of these competency centers. We participate in alliance with other pioneer or forefront countries on these topics, such as France or Sweden. We're going to explore the different alternatives and options that we have in our path towards the creation and articulation of a competences center of social services that represent a benchmark in that system, in the strengthening of this system that I mentioned at the beginning of my intervention. And we're also going to carry out different activities and events in which we're going to analyze some common topics. With what we're going to talk about today, we're going to talk, for example, about the challenges for scaling the solutions, the need of having a mapping for all the projects being carried out in our territory. We need to know each other and develop meeting points and spaces for exchanging ideas, or the need of developing testing models that enable us to test and very thoroughly monitor, study the different initiatives that we're carrying out. Lastly, and in order to conclude, I also wanted to give value to other initiatives that come from the ministry, such as, for example, the Social Inclusion Network, forefront project for the articulation of employment and social services policies. Once again, we are meeting different stakeholders at an administration level, a country administration, but also regional administration and local administrations and third sector administrations, unions, and on the other hand, the potential for developing innovative projects that these calls have, the ones that we publish to with a 0.7 corporation tax. I think this is going to be good to boost different initiatives that are going to be efficient. And another example, of course, is the European Network of Innovation for Inclusion. So I'm going to finish my presentation by saying that ministry is focused on innovation. We are an ally to you for the development of all your projects and initiatives, and we're going to keep our contact. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ignacio. So I want to ask to come on stage Oliver Long, Director General of Action Against Hunger. We are using this space for the first time, which is an incredible. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you to the ones of you that are here in person for the first time here in this space, and the ones that are following us on streaming platforms. Indeed, it is an honor to us to host here the 12th meeting of the Employment Forum and Inclusive Entrepreneurship. We truly like the idea of having and organizing these fora where we're going to share and work in a network, and for us this seemed essential. The welcoming, we are doing it here in this building that we have thought about together, and we live very happily working from home. We have a very well-structured online work system, and I know that in some other sectors, the bank sector and other ones, it is important for the workers to go back to working in person, but in our sector, at least, we work very well teleworking or working from home, and we designed this space for it to be more a university campus, so that people can come here if they want, so that they can share a space and meet other people in these 3,000 square meters of space. What we did see from working from home is that maybe it isolates us a little bit, and we need cross-sectionality. It is a building, well, since this is the first event hosted here, that is why we're talking about it so much. We also built it thinking that it had to be a zero-emission building. It is one of the few ones that exist in Madrid. You may think that there is a lot of energy consumption, but we have the best certifications, and we wanted to build it that way, and we hope that it works in that way. I wish you a fruitful day, and of course I want to thank the institutional presence of Ignacio. Thank you very much for your words and for supporting us. I think that focusing on social innovation is essential. You have listed some projects. We have a lot of presence in the Middle East, in Gaza, and Lebanon, and in the last years, and there are a lot of challenges that we're facing. We're going to have more. That is what people say. I'm optimistic, and I think that there are going to be fewer of them, but currently it is a bit difficult to see a brighter future. I want to thank the European Network and also the Social European Fund. That was a very important ally. And of course, the Ministry of Social Rights and 2030 Agenda. I think this is the foundation of a collaborative reflection, sharing perspectives from different sectors. And I think that we are doing fantastic work hand in hand. And that is everything that I wanted to say. I wish you a fruitful day. If there is anything that doesn't work, please tell Alicia. We are improving. But anything we can improve for you to truly be comfortable, this is your house. And as I said, I wish you a very fruitful day. Thank you very much. A big round of applause, please. Thank you, Director. We're very comfy, and this building is, in fact, very beautiful. We have now Luis González, Director of Technical Engineering and Social Action Spain of Action Against Hunger. Welcome. Thank you. Welcome. This is the 12th forum that we have organized. This is the first one hosted in our house, so I feel very at ease and comfortable and happy to see a lot of faces that I already knew, but also new faces. And I also want to say hi to greet everyone that is following us from streaming. Around 200 people were confirmed. As you know, the European Network of Innovation for Inclusion has more than 500 members, and they confirmed us that a lot of people from abroad are following these forums. So hello, everybody. Thank you. So today what I wanted to do was to reflect a little bit on what social innovation represents, this network and social innovation in Action Against Hunger. And yesterday I was talking to Alicia, and I was saying, well, I don't know if this is going to be a bit daunting, because everyone starts sessions saying, well, I took some concepts, some words, and I gave them to AI, and it gave me an image. Well, I did that. I did just that. And in fact, yes, I introduced the values that for us represent the European Network of Innovation for Inclusion, collaboration, knowledge, learning, and these are also the values that align with Action Against Hunger. We are a globally recognized organization for our capability of being innovative. We put knowledge in the center. Collaborative knowledge is the basis of every development. And in a collaborative way, we create lighthouses that shed light. And this is more or less what we can see here, this Alexandria lighthouse that guide us towards action. In this case, to start our travels, our strategies, and to venture into these. So for us, innovation is this, managing innovation, collaboration to create lights that shine on every one of us so that we can go into our travels and to achieve our objectives. So as I was saying, the values and purposes of these fora year after year is to get together and learn from each other, also boost collaboration during the coffee break, and after that we're going to have a catering, and collaboration is essential. Last week I was in an event with people from university, and there are high chances of us creating a collaboration soon. So please go get out of your comfort zone and talk to people that you don't know and share experiences. I also wanted to say thank you to people that didn't have the occasion of coming to our offices for a long time, and they are here today. Isabel, Paloma, Sara, a lot of people. And you contributed to what we are today. So another of the objectives of the network is to show the impact of the European Network of Innovation for Inclusion, to showcase the results of these collaboration efforts, and to foster collaboration as a means to boost the positive results of our actions. I also wanted to remind you that from next week onwards, we're going to have specific webinars to delve into the different topics of the people that are going to be presenting today. I'm not going to extend too much on these and talk too much about the agenda because you have it, but we're basically going to tackle 3 topics that for us are essential as action against hunger. Because of the moment we are currently immersed into, we think of collaboration as a long process linked to strategies, and they are arduous. First one has to do with artificial intelligence. We are in a context in which artificial intelligence is going to be and is already an essential tool. We're going to see how we can collaborate with it for the employment market to be more inclusive and for us to include it in our work to be more efficient. We're also going to work about the collaborative communitary work. In action against hunger, both in Spain and abroad, our approach is very linked to that idea of collaboration. We're going to have XII with us today, that comes from the Aguirre Lendakaria Center. She is the co-director of it. I'm sorry if I mispronounced it because it's in Basque, but she's going to talk to us about the technologies that they are developing to truly make innovation a social thing, not only because of the purpose that we have, but also because we go about it collaborating with the different social stakeholders. Alicia is also going to talk to us about the approach of the network. This has also been a collaborative work or endeavor that we developed together. Other people that have participated in other fora, I'm sure, are very excited to hear from you about that. And so, well, and another important topic, thank you, Madeleine, for being with us today. She's going to talk about the main challenge that we have, which is about scaling innovation, how to come from social innovation to a truly escalating process that generates changes at a systemic level. So thank you very much. Today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what is social innovation for us from our perspective and why it is essential. And it is because social innovation is the road towards creating an impact. And to be able to do this, we have 2 essential factors, one being a strategy and the other one being a community. Social innovation processes that are directed to having an impact from the beginning, they have to be inserted in the strategy of the organization, from the vision of said organization, from its definition, from the funding capacities. It is essential for all organizations to have social innovation actions inserted in their strategies. If not, you're going to, I'm sure you're seeing these projects just die after some time because that vision, that middle or long-term perspective is needed, but it wasn't adopted by the board of directors of the organization, or it wasn't adopted by the community, or it just meant an experience. And social experimentation is good, but we take another step forward. Social innovation is the first thing for and a strategy to generate more impact. That is the purpose of our organization. Moreover, we do not work individually. We work with the different community stakeholders, the different community agents that are essential for this to be a long-lasting and feasible effort. We want to share this triangle with you because for us it is essential. We have windows of time of 6 years on average, and we use these two variables, strategy and community, to be successful at it. You can see some examples here. Every year we calculate in our yearly memory or results. We calculate the provided value by our actions. We can see the green part and the blue part. The green part represents the economical value generated by the money that we receive, but the blue part is the social value that we generate. We do it through the integrated social methodology that has the support of AG Accounting and other organizations. We can see here peaks like a staircase. We saw an increase of the blue part. This is the social value creation, and these peaks are achieved when we have carried out innovation processes and we have achieved the scaling process. That is when we see this social value reflected. We can talk about the last one from 2022 to 2023. In 2018, we had the idea of linking health, food, physical health and mental health, mainly sleep and resting and addiction issues, to employment. We created these links, and this initial decision in 2018 was something disruptive. We wanted to analyze if these three components of health could improve employability. We didn't have many studies, but we had the support of some universities, and we could create the evidence for these, and we have more of a streamlined stage now in the regions that we are working on these. And now we're surveying the people that participated in these projects if they truly saw this improvement. And we see here not only the employability factor and the personal development factor, but the different components that I mentioned before of sleep health, food health, physical and mental health. People are seeing that these values have increased. And you can see here in our strategic vision, we have a 6-year period of time. And we currently have identified innovation lines that we hope to scale again in 6-year times. Sometimes the improvements, these increases are smaller, but we still generate value. I'm going to give some easy and fast examples. When we're talking about scaling up, we need to approach this with the healthy approach that I was mentioning before. We have included it in all of our projects, and that has enabled us to increase the social value in 11 Spanish autonomous communities. We first carry out a study, then we did a research of 2 years, then a reiteration process of 2 years, and now we are in the escalating process. We have also carried out scaling out, and our working methodologies, we have taken them abroad in the different countries where we are working on. We are an international organization. We have the the honor of participating in these actions abroad as well. We also do internal sales for these other countries to test these approaches, and we also do external sales for donors, and these donors are also supporting these social and work inclusion approach. And now we have to talk about scaling deep. And we have here these examples that our colleagues are working on. We have developed this social innovation process with the work training and penitentiary work organization at a national level. We have been working on the different actions to include the employability factor to all the efforts that these professionals are carrying out. We did this hand in hand with this organization, and we can see how we are currently present in 70% of the penitentiary centers. But this is just another example of collaborative work with the administration, and the objective was to create a systemic change in the system. And now the penitentiary centers in Spain not only have regular actions, but they also include the employability factor to it. What are we doing to innovate? We want to be connected, and the hypothesis that we have now is that maybe AI inclusion in our work could improve the speed and efficiency of our work. We're going to start this new adventure for the next 5 years to test this hypothesis. We want for the technicians and the experts on the social world to spend less time in giving attention, providing service to people. We're going to be able to improve the insertion rates and the inclusion rates of the people that we work with. And the second line we are working on is in stop malnutrition. Food safety in Spain is a reality, but it can't be measured. We note that there are a lot of inequalities in accessing health, depending on the economic levels of the different families. We are going to launch and go into another endeavor in which we're going to work at a community level and open to mechanisms for these systems to be more open to the topic of malnutrition. And we're going to focus on infancy, but also people older than 65 years of age. When we talk about malnutrition, we're talking about mainly on obesity, and in Spain, malnutrition doesn't exist at great rates. In the last week of Spanish Forum on Malnutrition, they talked about cases of malnutrition in plus 65-year-old individuals, and this is also very linked in the approach of the ministry and the effort of the ministry to improve the quality of life of these people, and access to food is a right to everyone. This was my presentation. Basically, thank you for being with us today. I wanted to share our work lines for the future in the field of innovation, and it is a pleasure for me to have talked to you, and also during the coffee break later. Thank you very much.
Luis González.
That was Luis González, Director of the Technical Engineering Area and for Spanish Social Action. I think it was all pretty easy to understand. Can we share that image again that you created with artificial intelligence? Can we just go back to that? Because Nerea Luis Mingueza, consultant and advisor in artificial intelligence, can take the stage. Round of applause for her, please. It's an honor for us to welcome her. And Luis sent out a question for you. Could artificial intelligence... Hold on a second. Let's get that image back again. There it is. So This image is absolutely stunning, and it really illustrates everything you were just talking about, that networking job that lights everyone up, like the lighthouse in Alexandria. And this was produced by artificial intelligence. Nerea, could it be that artificial intelligence can enhance efficiency and innovation? Yeah, I mean, hold on a sec. I don't think I pressed the button. There we go. So artificial intelligence, it has a very groundbreaking, transformative power. It had already been doing lots of things, and it's on everyone's lips at the moment. People are talking about artificial intelligence because there's been a leap in terms of its use and of the products like ChatGPT, Copilot, and so many more. These are generative AI platforms, but in its broad sense, it actually has been with us for a great many years now, carrying out tasks that are applied to very specific elements like predictions, recommendations, and so on. So the difference where I see that artificial intelligence is truly coming in and we can harness all of its power for innovation as compared to what we had seen in previous years with this whole outburst of generative AI would involve using language, harnessing the potential that artificial intelligence has of using our own language, which breaks away with any barriers in terms of accessing technology. To use the computer, to use your phone, you need to learn certain things. And actually, before, if you wanted to work in a technical environment with artificial intelligence, you would have to learn programming. But now, artificial intelligence, through language, through all of the information it has been fed with all of these models, it's able to actually compose different scenarios, like an image, just like the one we've seen, based on a few concepts. Artificial intelligence can take those concepts, understand them, put them in context, and turn them into an image, and then put it all together in some sort of collage that produces what we wanted to convey. And in terms of text, the same can be true, but imagine what it could do with conversations. Imagine how artificial intelligence could be adjusted to the tone or the technical know-how that a person has, the age of that person, the way they speak. And I think that is really the transformative power that AI has if we're thinking of social innovation and access to the potential of these systems. And I don't want to go on to too long, but I do just want to give you a very specific example. I've been working with a few groups and communities, people perhaps who are unemployed at the moment and who are not sure how to reinvent themselves and use technology. And with these tools that are now accessible on the internet, you can draw up a new CV. It may seem simple for some people, but it's not so easy for others. Or maybe for a small business, we could give them tools to produce their posters or signs or anything like that. So it's really interesting to see how we're going to be able to bring all of this potential to the third sector. I think it's a huge potential. Yes, it's something completely new, which, okay, needs a lot of regulation in the first place, but what are we already seeing? How is it evolving? Because Luis mentioned that it would be interesting for those of us who are already working here to truly be able to execute it, to work on it, rather than spending so much time, for instance, inputting data. So have we already got any examples of this? It's all very recent, and generative AI is really just taking its first steps. There are a series of social entrepreneurs who are already doing bits and bobs, but it's hard to see real cases where artificial intelligence has been in application for a long time already. We are seeing systems that are trying to reveal how innovative this field is. We've got predictive systems to try and detect cases of gender violence, perhaps patterns that could help us to predict that gender violence. But there's part of AI that has to learn. Some of that will happen over time, and some of it will happen under strict supervision and in environments that are so uncertain, like now, and with models that up until just yesterday were focusing on very quantitative data, the numbers, the figures, just a few keywords, some very identifiable sounds. But there are situations that we all experience in our day-to-day life, and particularly in these vulnerable groups and communities where context really matters. And the advantage is that now we're going to begin to see examples of using AI where the context is understood as well. But as I was saying, there are very few public examples of this. But we're talking about something quite surprising, which is the inclusive algorithm. Inclusion is a really broad concept. So what are those inclusive algorithms like? Well, what we're trying to do is to, of course, apply best practice on the purely technical side, but also on the social and corporate side of businesses and organizations. Because we know that to work with AI, you sometimes need to really focus on the diversity of the data. This happens to humans too, okay? If they put a mirror in front of us, which AI ultimately does, we would realize that everything is biased, teams are biased, there are certain images, representations that perhaps don't accurately represent the universe that's around us. And one example in generative systems would be that in the first systems, the first versions, if you showed an image like this and asked it to show me a picture of a wedding. The wedding would be a very Western wedding. The bride would be dressed in white. It would all be very heterosexual. The groom would be dressed in his suit. And no one's actually input that specifically or expressly, but AI has inferred that, and that's the context that it provides. All of this can, of course, be adjusted, but that's going to take time. And that's why we're talking about inclusive algorithms, which take into account bias, which has been broadly studied, and also the language side of things, which is very linked to the context. AI is going to be able to adapt to the different circumstances that a person can transmit. For instance, view voice, because everyone speaks differently, and there are always nuances in the way we say things. So other work along these lines is going to be emerging too, and I think there's huge potential at the moment for this. And there's also talk of a third leg to this stool, which is not perhaps so closely linked to this topic, but it is very important, which is making AI sustainable. These models are really costly, and there is a reality, which is that the data need to be tagged, they need to be labeled, and a lot of companies in developing countries are trying to put themselves out there with their big buildings where people are labeling things or tagging things at a very high cost. And there's another sustainability issue, which is the amount of energy it requires to train these systems. So we need to find the way to do that. Obviously, work is already being done on making the systems smaller whilst maintaining its potential and power. But it's a whole process, not just in technical terms. And of course, it's perhaps a debt where AI is lacking and it owes us something. So it's about innovating in innovation. How important is education and digitalization for vulnerable communities and for artificial intelligence? For me, it's crucial. I know it's really difficult, but education applied to any level is so vast, but bringing it to these types of vulnerable groups is particularly difficult. I've been talking about AI and doing consultancy in AI for such a long time, and now with this whole emergence of these AI products that are breaking down a lot of the barriers that there were initially and breaking down the technological barriers. If someone, for instance, didn't know how to use a technology, they can now do it just with their own language, just by speaking. And that opens up a whole plethora of capabilities. But if you don't know about those tools, you're never going to know how to do it, or you maybe won't dare to do it because you don't know how to use it. But the people who are starting to use those tools can see the transformative power they have in their day-to-day lives. There might be someone who doesn't speak a language, but thanks to AI, they can now communicate in that language. Or if, for instance, one of the things that is being worked on a lot is formal language. There are so many bureaucratic processes, there's so much documentation. So having an AI that could adapt all that bureaucratic language to your own daily language would be so important. How do we get there? Well, of course, it's going to take a lot of public funding and a lot of public initiatives like the ones that Action Against Hunger can maybe carry out. because we need to reach out to those vulnerable communities. And it's also going to take not just money, but time. And it pains me because it's as though we're picturing this dystopic future in AI, and it's giving us the sense that we're a bit late, we're behind, everyone's busy doing things, or it seems like they are, but actually we're all just starting out. I think we need to do a lot of teaching, a lot of pedagogical tasks. Artificial intelligence doesn't mean that tomorrow this super robot is going to step on the scene. There's a lot of, I think, science fiction going on, and that's done a lot of damage, but there are lines of study that can take us along different paths. But right now there are more positive things to AI if you see it as a tool and as what it is, which is just software that can help us to do things we didn't know how to do yesterday, and that from now on we are going to be able to know how to do by using just our language. So I'm delighted to be able to take part in anything that might emerge revolving around this topic. But as I was saying, yes, we have to invest in education, not just thinking about the smaller echelons, but every level. It's going to transform society from all the way down from kids to adults. And the last question, Nerea, because we're going to now be hearing from the audience. If anyone wants to raise a question, they can start thinking about what they'd like to ask you. But I wanted to ask you, first of all, do you think European authorities and organizations are really taking advantage and leveraging what's out there, which is this AI for social initiatives? Are they really making the most of the potential of AI? There are projects underway and in progress, but as I was saying, it's a very new field and things are happening. It's, of course, reaching all of the social players. But in Europe, there appears to be a vision which I like. I like it in a way because they've described AI from the point of view of the people. So I was talking about sustainable AI earlier, but it's also important for sustainable AI to actually look out for people, to care for people, and to ensure we have a healthy relationship with this technology. And I think that perhaps the greatest advantage that Europe has there, and we'll see actually what happens over time, but it's these new regulations, and we're going to see what happens. It's a very interesting and also slightly disquieting time because we don't know what's going to happen yet with the technological advancements. But for me, I think there's more in favor than there is against AI. You think there's a healthy relationship? Well, yes, I do, because ultimately AI is a tool, so it's just like anything else. I can use a fork for eating, or I can use it for bad purposes too if I want. So AI can be used the same way. Of course, it can be put to bad uses with deep fakes, with fraud, by cloning people's voices, for instance. But we could also use it for surveillance systems, and that hasn't been used yet. In other areas of the world, it could be done, but in Europe, it seems like they're still starting out, and through European projects, by channeling all this type of support and backing, it's going to eventually reach the people who can transform all of this into action. But ultimately, I think Europe's focus has been very positive, and I hope we will be seeing the fruit of all that work. Okay, so there's a lot left to do, but there's good willingness behind it. Yes, absolutely. And in Europe, work has been done on this since 2017, 2018. AI has been on people's lips since then. And I think that some very brave steps are being taken. We have to, of course, define and specify what we want the world to look like over the next few years. But of course, there's a lot of uncertainty. Those of us who work in AI, it's really difficult to predict what's going to happen next year or in the next 5 years. So we need to try and keep up to date with technology, keep up to speed, allow it to evolve, but let's not forget, because sometimes we do forget in the news, in the press, let's not forget that behind AI, there are people. It's not the Matrix. So the decision of whether AI goes one way or another is made by people. On its own, it can do nothing. That makes us feel very much at ease. I find that very comforting for now. So does anyone in the audience want to ask a question? We're lucky to have Nerea here with us, so go ahead. Olivier?
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much. this beautiful image was a good introduction. It was a good positive view of what AI can do. And thank you for sharing it as a tool that can help, for instance, with diagnosis in the medical sphere. Having a doctor backed by AI is something that we can start to use as well. At the moment, there is a conflict that's going to make history, no doubt. Israel is using AI in Lebanon to cross WhatsApp data in order to secure amazing precision in driving its war. That's not our purpose here today, but I think that same power of calculation could be used by Action Against Hunger to customize our actions, and I think that's really crucial. It's one of the great hopes that AI can provide us. It's really refining things down to one individual, their profile, in order to provide the support and the help and the services that that person really needs. And I think there is huge potential there. Yes, that is the great potential of these systems. No. And so, yes, my question was that. Do you know of any initiatives in Europe or worldwide where this way of socially profiling people is already delivering results? There was a work published, and I mean, it's still being worked on, but they were studying two very interesting lines. One is primary care for simple diagnosis of patients, where sometimes all you need is reassurance because what your medical condition isn't serious. You just need the calm, the reassurance, and the healthcare system often doesn't have time. So work is being done on that interaction and considering how AI could play that role of being the first person who you resort to in primary care, assuming that you can't see a doctor, maybe due to reduced mobility or whatever situation. It could be by telephone or any other way. In this case, it would be a machine, but then that would refer you to some sort of healthcare professional who would, of course, be supervising everything. And this was published in Nature before summer, I think. And they mentioned that one of the things they had noted, working both with medical professionals and these predictive methods, is that the machine does not get tired. So the sympathy, the empathy it could provide was greater the longer the conversation got. And also, if the patient was losing their cool or their patience, that's a very powerful line of action. And there's another line of action which could be considered more educational, which would be using artificial intelligence to ease people who are involved in conspirational theories. So there's a bit of a debate of using the scientific evidence to reach out to groups or communities who you can't often reach in any other way, and that work was published just last week. And then there's another very powerful tool surrounding the medicine or healthcare. There's a guy here close to us in the Complutense University called Miguel Luego, and he's produced a project which I think is called Spot Lab. And what he's been doing for a long time, because he was working with the more traditional AI, and now he's working with these new systems, they've been taking samples of blood cancer under a microscope, and this is where it's all heading. Their idea is that if I can set up a model that is able to understand these samples and produce a very early pre-diagnosis of the disease, I could give that model to any hospital. And they wouldn't need the microscope. They wouldn't need to have these super powerful microscopes and any of this fine technology that would be able to do the tests on site. All they would have to do is send the sample, and they would really quickly get a result wherever they are. So that's also brings us back to the topic of accessibility. It's so transformative, the accessible potential it has to be scaled up, which in human terms, in terms of the resources we have, just escapes us. I think there are more questions. Nerea, you were talking about the study that said that the machine never gets tired and that its empathy persists. But was this study conducted on people, and did they also measure their neurotransmitter levels? And was everything seen in the brain cortex? Well, the study was a simulation of, let's say, real conversations that had occurred in a doctor's office, but then those who evaluated the responses were doctors. They weren't people. I'm sorry, that wasn't very well worded. I mean, they weren't patients. I'm sorry, I'm losing my mind talking about artificial intelligence. But what mattered here was the reaction. Of course, these projects have just begun. The studies started about 1 year and a half ago. This all emerged, it all broke out just at the end of 2022. So in terms of the potential for education and for healthcare, since there's so much work in reviewing scientific articles and papers, it takes a long time. But this was just simulations of conversations which the doctors then assessed. And it was the doctors who said, okay, so this reaction was given by a machine or this reaction was given by a doctor. And that's where they saw the scoring, and it turns that the score, turns out that the score was better for the machine just because of this fact, the fact that the machine seemed more able to keep up its empathy and a cool tone in its responses. When you asked this question, it sounded very specific to this study, but no, it seems that Nerea is able to answer any questions. I mean, I can't answer anything. No, somebody already warned me about this. Okay, so we're going to ask one more question here in the audience, and then we'll see what questions are being sent in online. So let's have one more question here. Because everyone wants to have a go. Technology is progressing and advancing very quickly, and it can help us so much, but it also causes a digital gap, a digital divide and exclusion. I'm not sure whether, from your point of view, AI could perhaps help to narrow that gap, that divide. Well, yes, for me it can, and I'm going to give you an example using what I was talking about earlier about people's CVs, for instance. Imagine the amount of things you've had to learn in order to adapt to this digital world. It may seem very normal now to have a smartphone in your pocket, to have a computer, and to do video conferencing. This technology has only been out for about 10 years. So there's a lot there that has to do with access to technology, and that has become more and more difficult, or more and more widespread. It seems that everyone now has a phone. It's becoming very accessible, but you have to know how to use it. And along that process, there's a great divide in terms of access to public aid, to public grants. How can I do a bureaucratic process if it's online and I don't know how to do that? So there's a whole series of demands for attention that would be difficult to cover with just human support. I mean, you can put the human means out there, but there's only so much it can do. So there's a very interesting element of AI there that can help us to fill in a form or a questionnaire. If you can picture the process of filling in a questionnaire, you need to know your own details. You often need to get that information from a website or something like that, but having a system alongside you that's saying, okay, you can go here to get this data, here to get this piece of information. And if it provides this customized service in your own language, because you might not even speak very good Spanish or very good English, that for me is the great change that AI can bring, taking us down to the finer points of things. We've been talking about AI to enhance capabilities. Of course, this is going to take time, and it's a type of technology that we need to start learning about and teaching about. But I think there have been publications in Europe that are a reference. There's these voice systems there's Google Home, Alexa, and they could all understand keywords, but they couldn't really understand what you were saying. But now, if you interact with the new voice produced by OpenAI, the people who made ChatGPT, it's at a whole new level. And then it doesn't really matter almost which language you speak in. You can talk to those systems. And they provide channels that pretty much everyone knows now, and it's much easier to interact with those systems than it was with the more traditional platforms. I think the key now lies in just being patient, allowing the technology to become implemented. But there's much more positive to it than there is negative. A lot is being asked about how much is access to these technologies going to cost. And there's this concept of sustainability, which is based on this cost. Of course, you have to pay for these models. And it's like the right to use the internet. That's become a universal right, so perhaps that's the way things should be heading with AI. But it needs to be worked on from a regulatory point of view. It's interesting that you've been talking about Google Home and Alexa as if they were the classics. I've only just set them up in my house, so I'm clearly way behind. Well, it's these new capabilities, these new voice capabilities, because it's completely different. And I would encourage you to check it out on YouTube, put new voice OpenAI in, type that in, and you'll see some very interesting cases also in terms of accessibility. Picture someone with blindness or any other sort of visual or physical impairment. These platforms are going to help them to better understand the context of a conversation. I have a colleague who uses this, and he says, I now understand the humor behind certain memes or GIFs that I didn't understand before. So AI is quite funny too. There's definitely this transformative power now. We just need to give it time to come. Sometimes we're a bit reluctant to change or to adapting, but then we actually just take it in our stride very naturally. I have a question here that was sent in by someone, I don't know where from. They could be anywhere across Europe. And there's Madeline, who came here today from Ireland. And I've just received this question here without budging from my seat. I have a question for you. I don't know where it's coming in from, but what they are asking is, do you think artificial intelligence can help provide social care in multiculturality with translation, adapting dialogues, and so on? Yes, 100%. In fact, just yesterday, they announced that there's a company, I think in the United States, I don't know if it's a foundation, but in any case, it's a social innovation lab that focuses on artificial intelligence. It's Cohere for AI. And they are working at length on these large language models, these generative AI tools, representing languages that are often not represented in the AI world, or that are just not very broadly used because they are minority languages. And they published a very powerful model that is able to interact in Philippine language, in Arabic, in Hindi, in a whole range of languages. And just yesterday, they announced that they have enabled this through a WhatsApp number. So you can write to that number, and just the way you would interact with GPT, you can do it on WhatsApp with this number. So there's a huge population who formerly could not access any of this because ChatGPT, Copilot, and so on aren't very good at their languages. And now, however, they can do it through these platforms. And I think it's really cool that we can hear about things like this, the capability of these systems. We often don't realize that even if the core has been trained by people who speak English or Spanish, if you input text in other language, it's also capable of learning, and it's able to change. You could start speaking Spanish and then shift to Catalan, then go back to Spanish. And it's going to be able to keep a very open conversation. So they have a very powerful network. There's alliance, there's collaboration between AIs. Yes, it's instant and it's amazing. Thank you so much to everyone who's sending in their questions. The next one is along the lines of what Olivier said. there's this idea of a doctor using AI. Could a social worker use AI as an assistant, for instance? Yes, they could, but there what concerns me is the interaction. Okay, I'm no expert in that type of professional role, so I don't know how far AI could go there and how many tasks they have to carry out. But what makes most sense to me is all of the administrative tasks. Being able to generate a response that matches the tone that that person is demanding. That's where AI has really great power and great potential. We could have maybe robots assisting people, but for me that seems much more complex in terms of how to scale it up, thinking about the internal workflows and how to provide that assistance or that care. That's, of course, it's always the human factor that this is lacking. It's this personal touch. But if there are 20 requests that come in from these communities that need help, AI could certainly help you to filter those requests and say, out of these 20 that you received, 10 would be responded with this, but these 5 are really urgent or really different based on the type of question. They could also detect that in a phone call. They could detect a nervous voice and a sense of urgency, and that's where I see the true impact that this can have, not so much in using machines. Thank you so much, Nerea. I don't know if there's anything you feel like you wanted to say that you've missed. I just want to say for all of you out there, if you haven't used these tools yet, just test them. Just talk to AI about your day-to-day life, or just say, hey, what's the weather like today? Do it in different languages. Try and get it to explain how to use something. I don't know, how to use Word or Excel, because you really have a great tool there to just do day-to-day tasks. And don't be afraid of it. Don't feel uncertain, because we just need to ease our minds about this a bit. It's like someone who types something into Google and says, what can I do if my phone is blocked? Yeah, it's the same, but you can do it verbally, you can speak. And actually, if you've subscribed to the premium versions, you can try the voice model. But you can just use text as well. That's the basics. I've just discovered Google Home. That's the level that I'm at the moment. OK Google is what I'm using. And I ask it to play music, and that's it. Well, thank you so much, Nerea Luis Mingueza. Thank you so much. A round of applause for her. She's such a great communicator. Thank you.
Vamos a dar paso ahora.
Now we're going to give the floor to, well, we're going to start with the second block, and we're going to now talk about a more collaborative and community-related approach in social communication, because we have all said we want to collaborate, but how do we actually do it? We need tools. The tools are the basis that lead us to our goal. So we're going to talk about those tools in this second block. We are going to introduce first, with a big round of applause, Itziar Moreno, the co-director at Aguirre Lehendakaria Center, the ALC. A big round of applause for her, please. Thank you. Hello, good morning. Can you hear me? I always find it a bit difficult to use these type of microphones, but if you don't hear me, you can tell me. Thank you for the invitation, first of all. Thank you to Nerea for such an interesting intervention. I'm the co-director at Aguirre Lehendakaria Center. That, as Luis said, it's a bit difficult to say, so you can just say ALC. For those of you who don't know me, there are some familiar faces here, but most of you might not know our work. This is a social center that is linked to the Columbia University in New York and the university in the Basque Country since 2013. We do research, experimentation, and we work mainly in accompanying these social transformation endeavors, mainly from a communitary perspective, and that is the relevant one for us today. in that sense, and going back to what Ignacio was saying before, that is the framework that we are in, those complex frameworks that have multiple causes. We don't know the solution in the beginning, and we can't achieve a solution by ourselves. With these bases, with these premises, these might seem quite easy to understand, but they are a bit difficult to manage. What we base our work in is that if we're going to tackle a social complex, which has different causes and different agents, and so we have to tackle it in a collaborative way. We have to really take into account the cultural part of that innovation process. We're going to talk a little bit more about the tools, as Alicia was asking, but this is more or less the basis from which we start working and from which we view all the innovation processes. We work on the different parts of the success social projects, and we integrate them, and we see them from a community perspective and interpret them from a community and collaborative perspective. We think that this approach has different implications. We're not going to dwell a lot in these infographics, but we completely run away from an expert perspective because these entails a mindset change, and we talk about these in a sort of joking way. We basically get a big brain and we just hope for it to change the system. We need to go more from the bottom upwards, from the culture, seeing those contexts, those narratives, to create a truly systemic change. And it has these different elements that if you see them, we have here the elements that come from these other spiral. We have elements from the community part, but we have it linked to the co-creation, prototyping, or even creating portfolios and scaling. They are all connected, and we're going to talk about that later. When we start a process with these characteristics, and Ignacio was talking about these, in fact, when we start the collaboration, we need to know what is happening in this ecosystem. We can just land into an ecosystem without knowing what is happening. So the way we work implies that we have to identify the actors and the actions and how they interact between each other. We are talking about different actors, public sector, the academia, the private sector, the community sector, depending on the areas where we work, because we cover different areas. We have here Javier Sagrado. We work with him in drug issues, so we need different approaches for all of them, but we need to have this diversity and be able to studied to include them in the mapping. We need to see if those links are strong or they're more weak, they're weaker, or if we have power relationships and how they interact with the actions. And this is another level of complexity, and this is the way we work. If we work about systemic impact, we believe that we need to have at least our focus on 4 action levels: the community level, the small and medium scale, the big scale level, and collaboration with public and private companies, the regulation one, and the service and public policies level. So we like having an analysis of how different agents of a system interact, and the actions and the impacts, and how the actions and the agents interact, and how all of this evolves over time as well. And for that, we have had to use digital visualization tools. I don't know if we are going to be able to show the video. I don't think it's working.
Si había algún problema tecnológico me iba a... Ir a ver, ahora.
No tengo un dedo mágico, yo tampoco.
Bueno, pues lo podemos hacer sin apoyo visual.
Okay, we can continue without this visual support. I can tell you about it anyway. Can we go to the next slide then, please? So, as I was saying, in any case, is that our approach, and that is why I was talking about how Nerea's presentation was super important, because we are moving towards the future and we want to include these new technologies, artificial intelligence, even in a big scale approach. What we were going to see in the next slide was an interactive mapping, how these interact, how the different realities are showcased to see it in a system. If you could press play, yes, you could see how all these elements of agents and projects relate to each other, how they interact. If we have actions that are overlapping, if we could use tools that would enable us to say, okay, we have these collaboration links in the system, but we could be in collaborating with these other agents, and that is the work that we do for mapping. But all of this is reinterpreted from a community perspective, from a hearing perspective. If we go to the next slide, what we basically are trying to convey is that we work from a community perspective, but understand the community as the whole of that ecosystem. We don't understand ecosystems or that community definition. We don't relate it only to talking to people house after house. For us, the community is that map that we have just shown, and how we understand and shape those dynamics in this complex system that we want to have a positive impact in. We use hearing skills to identify those cultural elements, but we have two nuances that we believe are very important when tackling hearing or listening to people. The first one we're going to see in the next slide is the deafness. We believe that sometimes the analysis that we do of hearings, the community element of the work that we do at a community level, tends to be created or just focus on the more shallow or superficial aspects. And sorry if I'm talking in technical terms, but I was asked to delve into these. We want to divide and create differences into the meta-narrative and the hidden narrative, and also the shallow conversations or the technical ones. These public narrative is what a person says at 9 a.m. about climate change. No one's going to talk about everything at that time or at those moments. They're not going to mention other elements such as climate crisis, or when talking about feminism, they're not going to say, I'm against this or that. It could happen, but this is not what usually happens. The person that says we have to do something about it, we have to change this. This is a person that is getting a coffee with his colleagues at 9 a.m., but his discourse changes by 3 p.m. and says, I can't stop using my car because I need to get it to get to work. So that view, we're seeing that it is changing. But then at 9 p.m., by 9 p.m., he says, well, this is terrible, but this is not going to have a big impact in my lifetime. So let's leave it for the next generation. So these are the differences that we are setting in the different discourses. These requires work, but we believe that it is important to achieve these. And the other nuance in the hearing processes is segmentation. We believe that we should not only tackle the average results. Sometimes these realities coexist, but we should not only focus on the average results or data that we receive. When we are tackling a complex problem such as malnutrition, we see people that think in one way, some of the people that think in the opposite way, people that fall in the middle. There are people that complement other people. We identify these meta-narrative or subjacent narratives. And this helps us to say, okay, this mapping that we have created at different levels, we are going to cross them and see if we are responding to the people that think in a way or in a different one. How are we responding? Are we responding from a community perspective to just one group or to more than one group? How are we responding to all of these? Do we have lack of balance between the different response groups, and that helps us have a more systemic way of approaching this. When producing these patterns, these perception patterns, and AI could be very helpful for this, and this is what we are working now in a collaboration with the BSC, and we are seeing how we go when we go from a community to a national level, how we can harness these collaborations offered by the not-so-new technologies. And at a concept level, we talk about the information gathering tools. We need to gather a lot of information channels. Just one channel is not going to give you enough information. For example, in an aging process, they happened 8 years ago. They wanted to hear the opinions of people from social media, from Twitter, and we said, okay, we can use that to see what people are thinking, but of course we need to use other channels. If we want to tackle the whole population, we need more hearing channels. We have to combine them so that that cultural dimension in the different depth levels and dimensions that we have mentioned can have a certain type of foundation, let's say, and that way we can combine qualitative and quantitative information, videos, images, theater plays. We're going to give you an example of things that we have done around the world. Collaboration is essential for this. As I said, in the BSC, they are working in an image catalog. They're working on interoperability from a more technical perspective, but they want to create like a database that we can access to combine all of these. We need to combine like these community aspects with interviews, with other information channels that can give us very rich results, and technology is learning through those models, and the longer we sustain those hearing models over time, the more complex these results are going to be, so that we can collaborate, be inclusive, and provide new solutions to different issues from one perspective, but also from a different perspective. As I was saying before, we can test different solutions and see a little bit what these learning experiences lead us to. We here have some examples, just some brushstrokes. It can be used for establishments for old people in the Balearic Islands in Ukraine. Before the war, we were working with Penuns in secondary cities where they wanted to hear from children and go to the to tackle childhood, to see what their needs and worries were in these small towns, and they were working. They were playing Minecraft, and they used a version of it. They just started playing with it, and with that, they could see that they needed a lot of leisure areas, pools, etc. We also monitored processes for sustainability in Gipuzkoa, which is where we mainly work. We have a mobility project. We went with the teams, with the trucks that are supplying food and helping people with reduced mobility. But we're also thinking on the next steps. Another thing that I mentioned in the beginning, which were these collective interpretation areas. After rambling so much about all of these, we say, okay, we also need this because coming back to this spirit of the second slide where I said that we should change the perspective and go from the bottom up, these analysis, these perceptive patterns, these mapping, when we talk about a complex project, it is important to have leading spaces and meeting spaces that in a systematic way validate or refute what our analyses are at life. They need to say, you have forgotten about these group of people, these other group of people. Let's do this mapping and to also gather the different ideas that we have from different groups that we were seeing before. And of course, the members of the teams have different backgrounds, so they have different opinions. We need to hear up from all of them and to try to find common points. This panel allows us to analyze portfolios boosted by people. To create a complex system, we have a system mapping, hearing, collective interpretation, and the creation of new solutions. We have covered the first elements that are not sequential. We would like for them to be linear, but they are more complex than that. And then we get to this point where we need to do this comparative, how we are analyzing these different perspectives. We can see here a 0 in people that think like Fatima. We are responding to the people that she represents at a community level, but we need other actions, and that is why we need these co-creation spaces, create different initiatives at different levels, going in the same way as when we create the mapping. When we talk about portfolios, we do believe that it is important to combine already existing projects that we have already mapped, that are there, that work, and that we need, although their innovation level are not high, pilot projects that can work in other places, but we can adapt in our contexts with the community aspect, and then pure prototypes for innovation, and that has to do with that panel that we were talking before. We have identified an issue, and on paper and a PowerPoint that is very easy to talk about it. We see different perspectives, and we can see if we're responding to them or not. But we start from a point of not knowing how to be innovative and create prototypes that respond to those elements that from community hearing and mapping we have seen that they are not there. That is the way we work. And so just to remind you a little bit, it is a good way to get close to how the hearing part and the community part can be very inserted and be a big part of big scale innovation processes. It can have a systemic impact, and this is the way we work basically, and what we wanted to present to you today. So if you have any questions that you want to raise or any comments, they are welcome. Thank you.
Gracias, Iciar, por la presentación.
Thank you, Tsiar, for the presentation. It was very clear. I wanted to ask you, so in this whole process, I understand that there are different intensity levels, and this also goes hand in hand with the ecosystems where social entities work, and the option of creating pluri-yearly projects for social entities. We do not have that many. We're going to see what comes from the National Innovation Center. There are more opportunities at a local level, but I wanted to ask you if this whole process, I mean, do you have a medium and long-term vision to adapt them into the mechanisms of social entities, to adapt them both for resources and the feeding of those processes, how to insert them in their strategy so they are not purely experimental in those entities. Thank you, Luis. It is a very important question that has to do with what I was talking before. It seems that it is very easy to say that, oh, we start from a point of view of not knowing how to tackle these, but if we have a process boosted by a public entity like the Guipúzcoa local government or an organization such as yours, what is more difficult to us is to change that mindset from the organizations and for the organizations to replicate that approach so that they can see what we struggle with too, and so that they can see that we need a mapping for the process. We need to be able to get the temperature of the cultural area where you are inserted in. You need to change the way you work for that. And in the speech, this is very accepted, but when moving this into practice, this is what we find to be more difficult. We are working on disinstitutionalization with different entities at a national level, and this is a common thing that we see present in organizations, regardless of the different areas they work for, disinstitutionalizing care. That is the challenge for organizations that accept and want to adopt that discourse, to be also able to, at an internal level, to have that openness and receive and apply these approaches. I don't know if I responded to your question. I don't know if there are any other ones. Thank you very much for your presentation. Maybe my question is a bit repetitive. I work in the community of Madrid, and my question is about a concrete type of organization, which are public administrations. What is your opinion on the receptibility, how open we are about these plans? Because I think we always start from our own plans, our own prejudices, and I don't know if we are open enough to hearing. Once again, we go back to that iceberg. We find different cases, but on average, when we work with public administration, if someone was already interested in this type of approaches, they tend to say, oh, I have already informed myself. But when you scratch the surface a little bit, we see that they haven't really been hearing what we are saying. We have different public administrations, but even the most advanced ones that have welcomed and embraced these discourse. When we talk about innovation, we need to change the language that we use. When we need to change the way we hear, we go back to the bottom part of the iceberg, and they say, well, I already know what this is. We have thousands of studies. Well, we can do everything. They think that things are already being done, and in a way it is true. We haven't invented system mappings, but of course we're doing hearing parts mapping actions, but they are not applying them. So from the public administrations, the general discourse is that they are already working on it, and even if they are open enough to say, well, this could be a good idea, but it's too difficult. That is what we tend to fight, although it is true that in the projects that we tend to see them from a long-term perspective. We have a food project, for example, in the Guipúzcoa government. We want this project to be sustainable in time, and we can see the changes appearing over time, even within the administration. Even the leaders of those projects are backed by the whole ecosystem. So it is a bit complicated, but I think that over time we're going to sense that we are sensing changes, and not everything is bad in that sense. I don't know if we have any other questions. Seems like we do. The last one. Thank you very much. I talk from a very close perspective to what Aguirre does. I work in with the complex issue of drug abuse, especially in Latin America. We really appreciated the collaboration with Aguirre, but focusing more in social collaboration, I would also like to give value to what this means when tackling complex issues and public policies. That means changing the traditional structure, the traditional state, to a more horizontal, cross-sectional state that is open to collaborating, that leave the fears of collaborating. I have seen these local level, and in Spain as well, they're going to have to work more than they usually do. And what we see in public administrations, especially in developing countries that have less capabilities to carry out this work, they are more open to embrace these because in some areas, public administrations are even seen as toxic agents and agents that are not really there to help. We want to encourage public administrations and other stakeholders to take this step towards this type of innovation in their work portfolios. They don't have much space for this, but we need to make this effort. We need to include collaboration. We need to decolonize collaboration, and this is an excellent approach to that because you're giving the focus to the local actors. Mainly, we want to transmit with this exercise a way of creating a type of collaboration, providing some support in the tool aspect, but having the local actors as the main characters, I think we create much more value, and I think it is worth it to continue learning about this.
Es una reflexión, ¿no? Está. Bueno, pues vamos a continuar. No sé si luego a lo mejor puede haber a través de streaming.
A round of applause for ENTREPRENEURSHIP.
Para los que no estamos tan familiares.
For those of you who are not so familiar with this third sector, it's amazing to see all the work that goes on behind the scenes and how clearly portrayed those ideas were with your diagrams and images. We're now going to welcome someone who we have here, and forgive me, Karel, if I don't pronounce your name very well, but we have with us Karel Hageman. A very warm round of applause for him, because I believe, Karel, that if we are at this 12th edition, I don't think you've missed any of those editions. I cannot say, well, we don't think so. He's a German man with a civilian accent. He's at the Scientific Research Center. A round of applause for him.
El aplauso no lo escucho. Que, bueno, dos cositas en la foto. Parece un poco.
I look quite a bit younger in the photo that you've shown, so I'm sorry to show you this older version of myself. I'm actually Belgian, not German, but my accent certainly is similar. Apologies. No, it's fine. I'm going to skip to English because my slides are in English, so they said that it's better to align what I'm saying with what they can see on the screen. So if anyone wants to wear a headset, go ahead.
So yeah, I'm Carl. I'm from the GRC Joint Research Centre of the European Commission. So some may ask what I'm doing here. I've been following this debate. It's been very interesting. Thanks also to ETSA for raising some points that I'll try to pick in on. And I'd like to talk about not sure what. So I mean, there's sort of different concepts of social innovation. Inclusiveness, human centricity, so they're all very related. So I'll try to touch upon them a bit, but in a wider context of innovation. So I'll try what can I offer you. I mean, a bit of context, a few tools and good practices. But also wider perspective on mainstreaming and upscaling, and then also maybe a last offer for collaboration. So that's my what I have on the menu for today. And this is work. I mean, we're a research centre in support of member states and European Commission. So we're Director General of the European Commission, and we work for better policies for Europe and its citizens. I work for the unit that's particularly working on innovation and economic impacts, in particular on territorial innovation and systems change. I'm not alone there. If you see, there's many people working on this and have contributed to part of the work I've been presenting. But let me just, look at the state of play of the world, and what I mean. We know many things are happening at all levels. The world is changing a lot, and one of our sort of remits is, okay, let's change ourselves or be changed. In particular, from a place-based perspective, a lot of pressures are going on, a lot of need for transition and transformation. And we can either panic or take action. And of course, we prefer to take action and choose the way we go instead of being pushed. And a lot of these, these trends are surfable, and we try to understand, how we can surf these trends better. And obviously from all sides, from European Commission side, from member state side, from regional, local, into this, villages, actions are being taken at all levels. So that's very interesting. The question is also, how can we, do things better? And we try to offer here an approach to think a bit differently about actually public governance and the way we shape things together. So if you go to the next slide, you will see that we have a sort of momentum that Professor Draghi has called upon us to spend more on innovation, but look at what are the size of the budgets that we have available currently. Putting the program, the billions or the zillions, almost together of what we have for spending. So there's a massive resource mobilization already ongoing on different topics. Counting this, we amount to 2 trillion. I'm not sure how you say that even in Spanish. I can't even, I have never used that. But one of my messages I will bring here is that, okay, there's a lot of, there's a spending mass there. And how can we integrate some of the agendas of human centricity in there? Not, as a minor thing. I think one of the critical things in this momentum is that we look at how we can use all of this, not just make the economy grow and competitiveness, because that's the first one on the agenda for today, in politics. But how can we, at the same time, by boosting competitiveness, also boost long-term societal well-being of Europe and its citizens? So And in that sense, we propose, a way of working that's more transformative, that's in particular place-based, because globally there's a lot of things going on transformation. We try to give this a European-centered touch, where we think places do matter, small, big, and we translated that into. We've been doing a journey with around 75 places. Cities, regions, some countries, some member states in the past years, from a few years back, and we've been trying to experiment on new ways of collaborating, new ways of doing governance, looking at practices, looking at things that work, that don't work, that arrived, with the first sort of set of not guidance, but experiences in the playbook. Then they had a scientific committee with building a science base on that, which you find in the square. It's a whole set of scientific articles supporting that, and which now has, that's one of the first things I would like to offer here, is what we have called now an action book, which actually has 3 parts, what you see here, which is sort of a general approach that we propose for doing, for new public governance, which is, participatory, coordinated, and looks at systems change for a better life for our citizens. So, and it has 3 blocks. It has a block on the general principles. I'll say something about it. Then a block on interesting practices all over Europe, and then a third element on tools that you could use in different ways. So, if you look at the next slide, you will see the general structure of the first book. So that what we try to do is come up with 6 sort of chapters, actually dimensions of what you can take up in trying to, set a specific goal. It always starts with a specific sort of it could be a mission that you want to have as an organization, or it could be a more general objective or a target, and then you calculate back what would be needed to put this into place, and how do you organize everything. So there's a chapter on engaging, which looks very much at who to involve. I'll say something more about that, because that's the most interesting thing for you. Creating common visions with a set of activities. I think an important one is orchestration, because we're all in our small boxes. So in government, it's in any organization, and we all have one single key. And when we try to do things, to move things forward, in particularly in changing politics and changing systems, we need to find variable geometries of working together in a way that it works. Not in a way that the organizations tell us how to collaborate, not cities collaborate, cities and regions with cities and member states, and no, whatever's needed. So that's very much focusing on that chapter. Then elements on design and implementation, and then a whole chapter on learning. But we talk for many hours on this. But that's more the general approach would take, just to say that it tries to be an encompassing way of doing, governance in a different way. An example in the next slide, you will see. The way how it's built up, so that's just a use case theoretically presented on one of the elements here, which we call an open discovery process. That's the term stems from the smart specialization area, where we used to talk about entrepreneurial discovery process. So jointly discovering innovations with stakeholders, where the entrepreneurial discovery process will mainly be business, universities, and public sector. While here, we argue for opening this up to any type of stakeholder, be it citizens, social group, users, unions, whoever is interested, and contribute to innovation from a, you can call it social perspective, but it's just it's more societal, and that's how this sort of activity can be interlinked with orchestration activities and joint visioning. That's explained how you can use this action book more practically. If you go to the next slide, you will see how that is built up. We start with a set of questions to guide you through that make you reflect. Okay, you want to set up this type of innovation. Have you been thinking about this or that? If yes, if that question is not relevant for you, we'll jump to a different chapter. If that is relevant, then you're in the right chapter and you can dig in and see what is helpful for you there. If you jump to the next, you will see that's a second booklet, and that has a whole set of practices across Europe, which are organized around the intensity of transformation, because this is all about trying to change elements to address societal challenges. So build transformation actively, so we shape it. It's about the discussion you've been having on artificial intelligence. There's a team in our institute working on that and tries to move. I mean, you can look at the question of whether artificial intelligence, will be human-centric or not. Will it take jobs, or will it away, or will it create jobs? I mean, the question is relevant to a certain extent, but the more important question is, what do we want to do and how do we shape it? So it's a lot in the shaping. And the case is organized around in how far do they advance on changing and on transforming. So they're organized in 3 different categories. One example you see here is one of our Abruzzo. It's sort of moderate level territory where firms are incentivized and supported to build social capital and human capital to support employees and wider stakeholders in helping addressing the twin transition. And it relates to different examples of different chapters in the guidebook. A second one is from Finland on the next slide, or it's more about labs. Local labs that look at jointly reflecting on what are the main problems in our city and in our region. How can we jointly, who should be who will be involved in finding solutions for that? Can we build a joint vision for that? And then we can create alternative pathways to find solutions for that. So with wide stakeholder engagement from the start of the process. And then a third block there, which is on the next slide, is a whole set of tools of very different nature that we try to collect mainly from colleagues within the GRC and a bit without as well, and in other departments, and also at regional and local level. They're divided in different categories, but one example you will see in the next slide, it's on art-science collaboration, so experimenting with how art can contribute with ideas, with customers, with values, and so on, in scientific debate, in finding innovations that are out of the box, that more creative, and so on. So increasing creativity in transformation process, and thereby also the engagement of citizens and stakeholders at large. A second example is on citizen science on the next slide. Which has been growing over time, was mainly rooted in the biodiversity and meteorology, where citizens help collecting data, analyzing data, but it's now much more widespread, and see how this is approach on how to develop this in a more systemic way in 6 steps. But again, so it's just examples of tools you could use in work locally or in policies to set up a more human-centered innovation. That's it, I think, for the action book. Then I wanted to go a bit further. It's also in line with it, we do different types of work trying to implement this, because that's, I mean, it's many pages, all this work, but it's still, you can say, oh, it's still, you know, too theoretical, I don't understand. So we try to apply it also in different areas. One of the areas is also with business. And one of the interesting elements we had last week together with DGRTD, the community of practice of Industry 5.0. Industry 5.0 is a relatively new concept. It focuses on three elements: human centricity, sustainability, and resilience. Hang on a minute. And can you go back just to, okay, thank you. Because there's one word there, it's very important. It links to competitiveness. Competitiveness is all over the place in European debate, in all kinds of reports. And I think it's very important to make this link. Not just because of politics, but because of reality. Because, I mean, the world is tough, and if so, in everything that we do, we need to take into account that, you know, competitiveness is the main headline. If there's no money, you don't care about all the rest. If we ignore that, I mean, we'll be eaten by our competitors globally. So I mean, we have an obligation to think further and to establish stronger links with that. I'll give an example in a minute on the narratives. I like a lot also the ideas of the narrative that Isa brought in the former talk. I'll just give one example in the next slide now, where you see there's one interesting publication just launched now from DGRTD. It's on human-centric technologies in industries and how that relates to focusing not just on efficiency, so using the same tools we use for efficiency, but using them for sustainability and worker well-being. And how that sort of creates effects not just on profitability, but also on workers, customers, people, and the planet. So that's an approach to take sort of market-oriented technologies and applications to see how we can widen it up in a more holistic approach and develop an nice system, research innovation system that's much more human-centric. There's no link, but you can find it when you Google that. And then I'd like to give an example of a narrative where we try to work on. If you look at the next slide, it's the example of well-being of workers. So you can argue for well-being of workers and say, okay, it's important. But by saying it's important, I mean, not a lot will change, perhaps, maybe, but what we try to do here is to reinforce the argument in view of mainstreaming much more the topic by linking it and pushing it to the center of competitiveness. And I give you some arguments. So one is demographics. So demographics push us, in the race for talent. So we need, companies need to offer better conditions for workers, better work-life balance, and so on. A second element, and that's what you see also here on the right-hand side, non-R&D innovation, business innovation, is massively important. In some cases, much more than R&D innovation. So that's in the firm, incremental innovation. How does that come up? It's by workers that see things that are suboptimal, that change small things, So there's a high potential there for innovation, and it's also highly important in terms of added value, but also in terms of longer sustainability for the company. So if businesses create the conditions in the firm that this innovation can happen, this goes very much in line with well-being of workers, increased autonomy, providing data to make autonomous decisions, self-steering teams, and so on. The role of AI comes into play there, a role of technology. a good life-work balance in there as well. To make you tailor work, you decide on your own. So these kind of elements are sort of a competitiveness arguments for well-being of workers and push for human centricity. In this case, in the aspect of workers, and you also have, of course, other aspects of human centricity. But that's just a case. We try to explain that that's possible, and we need to work on this. Actually, we're working on this to try to unpack these boxes and try to understand better the links with competitiveness in order to mainstream much more these ideas of human centricity, inclusiveness, and so on. Voila, and the last, last element I have on offer. It's on work. So we try to do again. It's on systems transformation in places, and we look at climate resilience. Again, that's a very big one. And again, here again, the focus is on competitiveness. You must say, okay, what is the link there? Well, the link is there's hundreds, there's thousands of links. So many of the threats that we see, we are already affected. We'll see we will be affected. Every place is affected differently by it. By acting upon it, we can be better prepared. There's also two types of risks. So there's the public risks and public safety, but also the private risks of our economy. And if businesses don't act, well, there's two risks. One is, being out of business because you get flooded or you don't have water. Another risk is that you haven't taken advantage of finding innovations to help address these risks. I name one famous risk we had a report published last week. The lack of water, the state of lack of water scarcity globally is absolutely tremendous. So there's not one single economic sector that will not be affected by scarcity of water. So where is sort of the wave of innovation that looks at water saving at a massive industrial scale? It's not there. So if you embark on that, it's sort of a societal goal that will create a competitive advantage. So and then in the next slide again, I'll say some of the activities we do here. So this is climate adaptation and in different parts of Europe, and of course you see already, because that different regions and different zones, that the impacts are very different. So some of the things we do is that we look better at what climate risks offer us as opportunities for innovation. How can that create, a wave of new innovation that is and that is human-centric, because that local communities are essential in both designing and implementing solutions or adapting solutions and finding solutions that are very, very place-based. We work together with the EU Climate Adaptation Mission on that. We've been working with, so they have over 300 places in Europe working. We've been having case studies on around 15 of them, in-depth looking at what happens, what is going on, what are opportunities to further advance, and we've been designing concrete plans together with territories and the stakeholders to take it further forward. Currently, we've been having peer reviews between different territories to understand better how they can improve their plans, and we push this into plans for action. And there again, business has a crucial role. I gave one example, but the Commission will come with a new climate adaptation plan for Europe. Well, our role will be to push the button of the local communities, but also of the business, because that's my conclusion on this message. That the awareness is not low; it's extremely low. So we're a bit like the Look Up film. We look at things are coming, and we see it coming, but we don't act. It's just one example of human centricity. Where I think business innovation is. For me, human centricity and innovation, it's much more than social innovation. This is all. It's everywhere. For me, any type of innovation is social, because it's about better life for our citizens. And then the last slide is an offer that I want to make. Currently, we have opened a call for expression of interest. this is directed to places, to territories, to public authorities of all levels, local, regional, national, but calling upon authorities to join forces with stakeholders and to embark on a journey. I told you we have been having a journey with 75 territories in the past years. We're starting a new journey with support of the European Parliament for the next couple of years. So if you're a public authority, have a check it out and join us. If you're not, talk to your authority, ask them to contact us and to embark on a journey with us. So there's 3 levels there. There's awareness raising, with also capacity building, and with experimentation journeys in specific areas, in seven thematic areas. So I invite you to check this out. So that's all for me. I hope that was useful, and look forward to any questions.
Si hay alguna pregunta. Nos da tiempo a una pregunta para Karel.
I think we have time for one question for Karel. I want to say thank you so much for bringing all that know-how, all those studies, all that insight, which is often just put away in a drawer somewhere. And Alicia said it's difficult for anyone to actually read all of this data, to hear about it all, but we've had an opportunity to hear it from you. So are there any questions now for Karel? Okay, go ahead. What's your name?
Yes, and I want to
¿De dónde
ask. I am from Mexico, but I live here in Spain since 2 years ago. So I have a question for Karel. So I want to know why you take the example of Abruzzo and Finland. What kind of tools you use in these examples? I want to know just why. I know the difference. It's completely, I know, you can see completely, but I want to know the tools in this kind of opposites of
No, I
countries.
just took 2 examples. I mean, the action book is full examples. I took 2 where, I mean, where there's a bit more sort of, the social component is better described in the case. But I think, I mean, for me, I just took them quickly as I thought, because there's 30 or 40 examples there. What I think is important is that each one of the examples have a different perspective, but they're all, they're all collaborative, and they all have a goal that goes beyond economic benefits and growth and jobs, which is also, I mean, it's a societal goal to create, competitive growth and jobs, because then we have jobs. But at the same time, I mean, so all of these examples, they sort of try to address, okay, economic growth with a societal objective, and it argues for collaboration, and it argues for inclusiveness, it argues for human centricity, and so on. So, and what we try to do with all these examples and with the wider framework is to say, okay, these are ways, not just tools, but also strategic ways in which you can do that. But it requires from all of us a completely different mindset. There's a lot of discussions also on climate change, on the COPs. There's always about budget. It's never about how do we actually collaborate, how do we spend the money, who do we involve in that, and that's for me this is essential. How does things trickle down in its place, and who's involved in doing that? So and that was actually my main message, to try to say, okay, let's try to work with the things we have and do things a bit differently, and then we might have quite a big impact.
Yes, thank you, because Finland, it's really developed country with many technology, etc. I know that it has their own necessities, but for example, Abruzzo in Italy, it's completely poverty. I know it has a lot of poverty there, so I was like, I want to know why you choose these kind of examples. So it was,
I mean, if you talk about more and less, if that's a question, more and less advanced places, I don't think, I mean, of course that determines you for a bit, the conditions, the the resources you have in your territory in terms of money, in terms of talent, in terms of natural resources. But that's why there's a wide set of examples there of more and less advanced places alike. Those that take on their future in their hands, are much more likely to benefit from the transitions that will happen anyway. The world will change anyway. So, it's been what I said in the beginning. Transform or be transformed. So that's a bit it. So we offer some ways to transform yourself and choose, to the extent possible, a direction within that, and try to prepare for a direction that you like more. Because otherwise, change will happen anyway. People will lose their jobs, floods will come, and so on. Politics will change, yes or yes. So how can you sort of steer it more? And and we offer sort of a way of getting back into the driver's seat, also for less advanced regions, and take it on. We're developing much more of these guides. One of the guides will be on less developed territories specifically. We're also onto something specifically for universities, the role of universities within that. So, we're still, a long way to go.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Time for one more question. Marilyn Clark is going to ask. I beg you both to be as short as you can, so we don't have a lot of time. Una pregunta más. Que Marilyn Clark.
Madeline Clark would like to ask a question. Here you go.
Sounds like they contain very rich information.
No escucho nada, ¿eh?
Hello, can you hear me now? Yes?
Yes.
Yes, good. My apologies. Madeline Clark from Ireland. Just a quick question. The guidance that you've developed seems quite rich and detailed, and I'm wondering, do you have a sense yet if this is producing success? Does the issue on the practice areas, the examples, are they giving you a sense that this is useful guidance, or are there things you already know you would change because you've seen implementation that is suggesting some changes? Thank you.
This is very early. This is work from this year. So, having said that, we had a lot of feedback. Some organizations applied at project level. I know from an Interact that said, okay, we take on these dimensions, we shape our project this way. We've been going around in places on this. Some have been trying to apply it, yes. Secondly, I think it's inspiring just to start with it. In particular, I think the examples and some of the general principles. And a third element, what it is for us is that, while being quite detailed, it's still, these tools, for instance, there's over 70 tools. There's one page on universities and systems change. It's a whole research area. So it's concrete and not concrete. It's for me, it opens up a whole new way of working, a whole new way of research. So for me, this book, while being practical, it's just agenda setting on topics, and we try to unpack some of them. We take one tool or one topic and we try to further advance it and translate it in much more concrete guidance, many more examples and so on. And actually our invitation is to take it on and develop things yourself as well. Because again, this also is supposed to be a sort of a, community business. We don't own this. We launched this, but we don't own this. This is a shared work, and we invite you all to to take it further forward and make it better, because it's just the very start. And for us, it's a bit sort of a guideline agenda that we use for. We have now a big group working on. It's called Transforming Territories, but we work in different teams: quantitative, qualitative, impact-oriented, and so on, applications, and we use that just as our guidance, and we try to unpack each page in a whole set of other types. So please reach out if you want to continue discussing. We'll be happy to deepen it. Thanks.
Muchas gracias, Karel.
Thank you so much, Carol Herman Hageman, researcher from the Science and Knowledge Research Centre, the European Commission. I would like to thank you so much for your presentation, and I want to thank you for not telling me off for saying you're German when you're Belgian. And I've actually just found out that you haven't been here for 12 editions, but the person who has been here for 12 editions is the European Commission, who Karel represents. But he very gentlemanly didn't say I was wrong. He didn't want to prove me wrong in public. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And I'd like to send you a warm hug from us. Thank you so much.
Ese era el error. Bueno, momento ahora para...
Now is the time to take a break. We've got half an hour to drink coffee, and we'll be back with awards, more presentations. So enjoy your coffee.
Creo que vamos volviendo, ¿no? Ah, vale. Me voy poniendo yo ya ahí.
Goes green,
It's on.
it's on.
It goes, yeah.
Me veis aquí y ya os calláis.
You see me here and you get all quiet, but not yet. You can continue talking if you want.
Es que falta la ponente. Pero yo tardo un minuto. Yo soy muy rápida. Yo no he venido aquí a dar una ponencia. Bueno.
Okay, so we're going to continue now with this event. We are going to start a third block on the challenge of scaling social innovations. You can already see here on the screen that Madeleine is going to talk, and Alicia as well. And when I always say, like, Alicia has told me this and that, it's this. Alicia, we're going to talk about transforming this system at a great scale, at a big scale, to generate a true innovation and social problem resolution. Welcome, Madeleine Clark from Ireland. We are the honor to welcome Madeleine Clark, who is an advisor and consultant, founder and former executive director of Genio in Ireland. The floor is all yours, Madeleine. Thank you.
Hello, it's very nice to be here. Thank you for inviting me. And I think, Olivia, you are very within your rights, I think, to be proud of this building. It's a beautiful building, so it's lovely to be here. I don't know this community. You're a new community for me, so I'm not sure if some of the things I say will be very obvious for you, or some of them will be difficult to understand. Oh, sorry. Sorry, hello. Those of you in the front row have already heard me saying what a nice building this is and how glad I am to be here. I was just saying that because you're a new community to me, and I think quite a mixed community as well, some of the things that I am saying may be very obvious to you, and some of them actually might be a little bit not so clear. So please ask questions as you feel you want to. Also, some of the things that I'm saying may align with your experience, and some of the things may not. And I'm very interested to learn from your experience. These are lessons that I've learned over the years. Now, I'm actually not going to talk about systems change. I was asked to talk about scaling. So I'm going to spend 20 minutes or so talking about scaling. And I could probably talk for 20 days about scaling. So I won't do that. But also another 20 days about systems change. And systems change has become almost a trendy kind of topic in recent years. And for those of you who are a little confused, the difference between scaling and systems change is significant. So with scaling, as the term suggests, we're talking about making things bigger, either making the organization that we work in bigger so we can reach more people, or perhaps getting the innovation that we've been involved in adopted by other people in other organizations, so making the impact bigger. So you can do a lot of scaling alongside systems. The system doesn't have to change necessarily if you're scaling. It's easier than systems change. It's harder than invention invention and making new innovations seemed so tough at the time. But those of you who have done that and look back, now that you're trying to get support to scale, realize that was the exciting, easier bit. Now I'm in the tough part of this journey of trying to get support to make this go bigger. Systems change is really about, changing mindsets, changing a paradigm, changing the way people look at a problem. And although there are a lot of claims about systems change, there are very, very few examples. And that is because people in systems generally don't want to change. They can very happily live with an innovation that runs alongside what they do, but actually changing what they do is much, much more difficult. And it's not because there's anything wrong with people, it's more because human nature being as it is, we all think we're doing something that's useful. So if you're a researcher, you think we need more data, the world needs more data. I'm a psychologist by profession, I think we need more psychologists. We all feel that we're making a contribution, and we've all probably invested a lot of time and effort into doing things in a particular way. So if you see something that's not changing for a long time, that's remaining the same, what that tells you is there are a lot of people here with a vested interest in not changing. They're not bad people, they think they're doing a great job, but I'm happy, thank you very much, and I don't really want to turn my world upside down and change everything, okay? So systems change needs a strategy that's carefully worked out, that's implemented in a carefully sequential direction. And I'm saying that really before I leave the topic of systems change, because I am coming across a lot of guidance about systems change. And some of it is very rich and some of it is very good. But it generally plays to people's logical understanding of how you would change a system, not psychologically how you would change a system. So people react psychologically, not logically. They protect what's theirs, okay? So if you start, and I've had direct experience of this, if you start by finding out all of your stakeholders, doing all that mapping, and then bringing them all together to develop a great vision, generally what you get is the people who have a vested interest in not changing the system, being the most powerful people, they will be definitely in the room. And they will be saying all the right things. Of course we're going to change. Of course we're going to make this so customized and personalized, and we're going to do all of these things. What they're actually doing is picking up information that informs them on how to stop this. Okay? In my experience, if you really want to do systemic change, you need not to involve the people who will oppose it at the beginning. That sounds manipulative, but it's not smart. You need to go in a completely different direction. So I'm going to stop there about systems change because that's a whole different array of ideas. I do want to say a little bit maybe about why I became interested in this. So I've been interested in scaling, and we'll just talk about scaling now. Been interested in scaling really from the beginning of my career. So that was way back in the 80s when we didn't use words like scaling or social innovation, but we meant the same thing. We meant getting access, more access to good stuff for people who need it. That's basically what we were talking about. And I moved then through different roles working on scaling and eventually set up an organization that focused exclusively on scaling and systems change and bringing philanthropy together with state funding to do systems change and scaling in Ireland, and then to bring that model to Europe over the last few years, working primarily with RTD rather than ESF, although I have personally had involvement with the ESF social innovation movement there on an advisory level. So I've kind of had this interest all along because from the get-go, when I was in my early 20s as a young psychologist, I could see, primarily working in the area of disability, that some people were getting really innovative, great services that actually helped them meet the challenges that they were facing in their lives. Other people were getting partially good response, maybe not everything that they needed, maybe it was 9 to 5 and what they needed was at the weekends, etc. And then other people were not getting any service at all, they were stuck on waiting lists. So my involvement in designing services, I always had an interest in how do we from the start design services with a view to giving access if they work. So it's been a long time in fruition. Anyway, I'm First of all, having to apologise to you, Alethea, because I've slightly changed the title to add an S to challenges. So the title was The Challenge of Social Innovation, which I know you intended plural anyway. So obviously, multiple challenges. And I know, as people are nodding, that you very well know this. So there are many challenges, and they depend on what part of the journey you're on, okay, and the route you're taking. Okay, and also what's your level of ambition? And that may change as you go along the journey. You don't have to have the big vision from the get-go. You can develop your vision and become more confident and become more knowledgeable and become more, able as you go along. Okay, so I'm just going to put this up. I won't go through this in detail. What this is just a very simplistic design of the journey of a social innovation. Okay, so starting with, we have a problem. We invent an innovation to solve this problem, we try it out. Okay? Then we gather some evidence to see, does this actually work or not? I see people taking photos, and I'm happy for these slides to be shared if you want, so that you can take photos if you like, but you can have the slides also. So, finding evidence, and that is quite challenging for people who are called social entrepreneurs or social innovators. Very hard to get money and funding and resources to do the evidence gathering. And then you do that, you get over that challenge, and then you find, okay, it works. Or no, we need to make some changes, we need to make an adaptation before we take the next step. Or no, this doesn't work at all, we were wrong. That's okay too. In the business world, serial entrepreneurs are usually the ones that are really ambitious and make the big success. So socially, we can get it wrong too in this area. If you get to the stage then, when you're confident this works, then you have to decide, will I scale or consolidate this? So although there's a big emphasis on scaling, you may be involved in a very local innovation that works in your very specific locality with this particular set of needs. It may or may not be relevant to other areas. So it's important to decide, oh no, this is fine, this is what I want to do, or no, this is really valuable, so look, I'm going to try and get this to other places, to other people, to a broader population that could benefit. And then you're talking about, okay, I've made this decision, am I doing it within my country? So am I going from this neighbourhood to locality, to region, to municipality, up to national level? Or am I going to take it to other countries, maybe small locations in other countries that directly map on to the conditions that I've been trying to address, or bigger? And there are lots of different decisions that you make along that, in that particular dilemma. And finally, but I would suggest you should think about this at the beginning. What is the route you're going to take to scaling? Are you dealing with something that's going to be commercially viable? Are you trying to get something that's going to be really socially impactful, but also customers are going to buy? Okay? Or are you dealing with something that is primarily targeted at people who will not be in a position personally to buy, who are excluded, who are vulnerable, who are disadvantaged? In which case, the public sector are the people that are going to be buying, because they're the people with the responsibility, the legislative responsibility and the concern to address those needs. Or are you going to just give it away? Are you just going to do an open source? Just give it away. No? So Wikipedia is an example of giving it away. That's quite an organised giving it away. But there are sometimes innovations, particularly innovations that can be given away through public health systems. So they might be invented, but they might be then freely distributed. Okay, so I have to say funding is the biggest challenge, and that's because if I didn't say that, I don't think you would really believe me, because I think that's where everybody has the heartache and the heartbreak, is how do I get support? And I'm suggesting really that if you know what way you're going to scale from the outset, if you know you're going to the open market, that completely shapes the way you meet these challenges along the journey. If you know you're going to go to try and get public sector support, that changes. Or if you're doing a mixture of the two, that changes things. So knowing from the outset, is this a product or a service I'm going to bring to the open market and deal directly with customers, either business to business or business to customer? Or is this something that really ultimately is designed to improve the lives of people who will not themselves at this point be in a position of buying this service or product. It also will indicate, knowing which way you're going, will indicate what your scaling model or your structure will be. It also tells you, well, who are the stakeholders I need to talk to? You know, do I need to talk to everybody that's involved? Do I need to do like a huge mapping thing and talk to everybody? Or how would I select one person, small team, no money, very little? How do I make the best use of the resources I have? And then what's the information I need to pick up? What do I need to know before I launch in? Okay. It also determines how you communicate with people, because communicating with somebody who's an impact investor is completely different than communicating with somebody who's a public official behind a desk. Very different strategies. So very briefly, I'm just going to give you an example of how that decision or that knowledge or that thinking of how you're going to make this bigger influences these 5 areas. And I've only picked 5. There are other ones as well, but I've just kind of picked these just to illustrate how important it is to do your thinking, as much of your thinking as early as you can. Okay, so shaping your challenges. It's always a challenge for people to be able to demonstrate that what they've invented or what they're trying to promote, if it could be somebody else's innovation that you're bringing forward, works. Okay, just very basic. And if you're trying to bring a product or a service to the open market, you do that in a very different way through market research than you might if you were going to be trying to get the support of the public sector. In fact, I would argue, and I've had personal experience of this, evidence, although it's important to have, can be like about 1% of what you need if you're dealing with public officials, if it's not politically going to be supported, if they don't have a statutory responsibility to care for the group you're concerned about, if they all have already spent all their resources in a different way. No matter how brilliant your evidence is, no matter how enthusiastic you are, you're just not going to get support. So it does shape that challenge, and it also shapes the kind of information, evidence. So if you're trying to get public sector support for something, really what you're trying to do is have something that is unassailable, unassailably effective and cost effective. So you need to be saying to the public officials, you have responsibility for these people who have addiction issues, are homeless, or whatever the issue might be, or this environmental climate adaptation problem. You need to know then, what are they spending on this already, if you can find that out? You need to know the cost of what you're suggesting as it scales. Are there economies of scale? Do you need to front-load investment, and then you will have those economies and spend less as you go along? The more people that use it, the cheaper it gets. There are lots of different things that you need to know there. But if you want to argue for public sector support, coming with something that is beautiful and effective and really expensive is just not what they can reach on. Okay? So that's just an example. I've just put this in. I'm not going to go through this, but I've just included this because I've used this in assessing and validating social innovations for scaling. So you ask people, well, does it work? Have you got any evidence? And most social innovations will be here at level 7 or level 6 or 5 maybe, where they might have commissioned somebody to do a qualitative, interview clients, beneficiaries, or pick up quantitative information on costs or different stats. Very few social innovations are up there at level 1, where they've done what are called randomized controlled trials. Does everybody know what a randomized controlled trial is? Put up your hand. I can explain if... No? Yeah. Okay, I see somebody not wanting to own up, but that's absolutely fine. Randomized controlled trials are kind of the gold, the gold standard, they say, in evaluating whether something works or not. Very simply explained, you get a group of people, okay, like this group here. You decide you want to find out, does an intervention work or not, okay? So you randomly assign the group to 2 different groups, A and B. Group A gets the intervention, whether it's a drug, whether it's a program, education support, whatever. Group B doesn't. Okay? You try then and see what's the difference in outcomes. And there are statistical ways of attributing those differences to the intervention that you are implementing, okay? Because you can control, as they say, certain variables. So some innovations have had the benefit of that kind of randomized controlled trials, and even some, you can read reports of systematic reviews of all the randomized controlled trials that have been done. So, for example, Housing First is one of those that has lots and lots of randomized controlled trials. Individual placement and support for employment for people with chronic mental health difficulties, so over 27 randomized controlled trials. So safely, these things work, okay? So that's just a way of, looking at what kind of level of evidence you might be looking at. The structure for scaling then. So if you're going commercial, then you're probably talking about setting up some shareholding company or some version of that. Or maybe you're going to set up a non-profit social enterprise type organization where you'll make profit but you'll reinvest into the company. If you're scaling through the public sector, you might decide that you'll scale the innovation and not the organization. You could keep the organization very small and you could train people in the public sector or agencies that the public sector support to spread your innovation. And you might keep control in terms of licensing or whatever kind of control you feel you need to keep the quality consistent. So, as I say, an organisation can stay small, but the innovation can go big. So people think of scaling as automatically we're scaling our organisation. Not so. That's different. You can scale an innovation by scaling your organisation, or you can scale an innovation by helping other people implement it. The stakeholders to persuade, obviously, if you're going commercial, you're looking at talking to investors. Now, I bet there are people in the room here who have had the benefit of the questionable benefit sometimes of private sector individuals who really want to help in the social area. So they take the social entrepreneurs aside and they teach them how to pitch. Right? Pitch their idea, pitch their product, pitch their service really well, And that can work if you're pitching to investors. The problem is that if you're pitching to public sector people, that doesn't work. In fact, that's quite a turn-off for most public sector. When you walk into the office of a public official, what they're doing is, I'm going to have a polite meeting here. I know I have this problem. I definitely would need to be persuaded to support this innovation. They'll even have questions like, whose desk will I land this relationship on? Who will manage this relationship? How will we deal with this? They've no shortage of people queuing up at their doors with ways to spend the money. No shortage of people with ideas. So the pitch is very different. You're starting from their problems on their desk and what difference this innovation might make. Politicians similarly. Customers, obviously, if you're going commercial, the customers are absolutely key. The customers are key for any innovation. And in fact, any innovation that doesn't have the end beneficiary at the heart of the design and delivery is running a risk. But they can be easily ignored because the relationship on the money side to scale innovations is often between the provider of the training or the innovation and the government agency. And the customers may or may not be consulted. Okay? Then contextual information, as I mentioned, in the open market, you're talking about doing your market research. In the public sector, you're looking at what responses have been invested in already, who am I going to, who will be discommoded, who will be upset if a new kid on the block comes with something new and shiny that proclaims to solve all the problems. Is there money already being spent on this? And am I looking for new money to be found somewhere? Or am I actually asking this public agency to redirect some public funding to what I think would be best? Now, redirection of public funding, as you well know, leads to people outside government buildings with placards in their hands, complaining. So the political fallout from a redirection of resources is not something that's that attractive to public officials. So there are ways to create new money, and most of the work that I've done for the last 16 years has been bringing philanthropy and state money into innovation funds to try and give that extra bit of money to try out innovations without upsetting those who are already being funded. And only when then it becomes established do you start scaling. And is there an appetite for innovation at all? Like the common mistake for people to make is to roll up to the public sector, the government agency, very excited about what they do, and there may be no interest in innovation at that point. There may be no money for it. There may be no appetite for it. So it's important to know that. Your communication strategies will be different. I've said a couple of things already about that. So the open market is a very different kind of way of promoting an innovation. Branding and marketing is a very, very different approach. In my experience, the best way to promote an innovation with public sector support is to give them all the credit, to actually get out of the way altogether. That's really, really helpful because they have to implement it. So you're helping them, and that's the way you can become absolutely essential for them, is helping them do it, but not stepping forward and taking all the credit for it. That can be a tricky one. And communicating with end beneficiaries can be very tricky. Who does that? Is it the agency that's going to roll out the innovation, or is it the person that brings the innovation? So mostly what people concentrate in this area is on the supply side. What programs, projects, innovations can we bring to people? They don't generally concentrate on the demand side, the advocacy, the drive, the demand. So that means that we're only dealing with one side of the equation. But of course, where the customers are not paying, they don't have power. And if they don't have power, that means that their voice may not be heard. Okay, I'm just running a bit over time, so I'm just going to give you a footnote on collaboration, because when we spoke on the phone that day when I was driving, Alicia was explaining to me that the theme of the conference was collaboration. Just in the different collaborations that I've had good opportunities to be involved in, these are the things that just jumped out at me. First of all, I think they work well when every member of the collaboration has a different contribution to make, a distinctive contribution, and that they make it. That's really important. It also is important, I think, that the individual agenda is not subordinated. So if I'm an organisation that has a big objective, if by joining this collaboration, that objective gets a lower place, I'm not interested. In fact, when I am interested is the next point. I have an objective, I'm supporting it, I have a membership of 500. Hey, this collaboration offers me a membership of 16,000. 16,000 people could get behind this. I had personal experience of doing this in the children's rights area to very interesting effect. So that can work. And of course, strength in numbers, as I say, counts. If you're going up to influence somebody, if you're representing 6 people, but if you're representing thousands of people, then you might get a hearing. Millions of people, better again. So strength in numbers. The other point about collaboration that is often lost and not thought about is that it makes other sectors and organisations, it enables them to communicate with you. So if you're working in addiction or homelessness or entrepreneurship or whatever it is, and you need something, if there are other people that have the same needs as you, actually joining together and forming some representative way of communicating with a government agency, with a business community, with whoever, that actually is very, very helpful. It's a good reason to collaborate. And there are different ways of doing that that help people not feel that they are losing access directly. There are ways to let people come forward, which can be done. Okay, so I've just put up some useful sources there. Obviously, the ESF Plus is great and well worth looking at. There is actually a scaling. There is a report on scaling, 7 steps towards scaling, that Stephen Barrett wrote in consultation with a few of us. So that's up there and it's good. The Horizon Europe, the first that Carol put up, the 96, nearly 97 billion that is being spent on innovation, research innovation by RTD. The missions are particularly useful to look at because if you read those missions, you will just be so proud to be a European citizen because they are so aspirational, they're great. But they do talk about not leaving people behind, addressing inequality, all of that. So there is a receptive environment there to make sure that those missions are achieved in a way that is inclusive. And then just some other links there. So I would just conclude by saying, I think I think that the name of this network, as innovation for inclusion, are we suggesting that everybody else is innovating to exclude? It's a brilliant name, but and hopefully it should make people who are outside it uncomfortable that they are not innovating for inclusion. And so maybe next year it'll be more than 500 members. Just as social innovation is, an interesting way of looking at it. And I think in generations to come, we'll be looking back and saying, why were we talking about innovation that had to be beneficial? Were we actually really, really at a point where most innovation didn't have to even think about whether it was going to be beneficial or not? I don't think so, So scaling social innovation is going to be important, because if we don't scale the good stuff, why are we investing in the development of solutions if we don't use them to solve the problems? Why are we doing that? It doesn't make sense. So for social innovation to be taken seriously, we have to get serious about scaling. And that was the main message that I was giving when I was asked to speak at the launch of the new era of social innovation in 2017. And lots of us were trying to turn the focus on scaling. So I'm always delighted to be asked to talk about this particular topic. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Madeleine. We have only time for one question for Madeleine. One question. ¿Alguien quiere preguntar algo? Tenemos solo tiempo.
Does anybody want to ask anything to Madeleine? We have time for one question. You may speak now.
Bueno, y este es el motivo por el...
And this is the reason why scaling social innovation is not so easy to explain. Now we're going to hear from Alicia García Madrid, Manager of European Programs of Social and Labor Inclusion here in Action Against Hunger. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Bueno, hola, buenas.
Hello, good morning, everyone. How is your morning going? Good, bad, okay? All right, I see a lot of smiles. That looks good. So I've been mentioned a lot this morning, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to also mention the team that is behind the scenes helping with this event. And since I don't have much time, I'm not going to name everyone individually, but I hope that you all feel acknowledged. Please, can I have the pointer for the presentations?
Bueno, pues yo os vengo a hablar del nuevo...
I'm here to talk to you about the new approach of the European Network for Inclusion. As you have heard over the course of this morning, scaling up innovations is a hot topic at the moment. We know that we all have the very best intentions to do new and better things, but often we are isolated or each working in our own silos, in our own offices, and sometimes we're even competing and we're thinking, I want to win this funding, this subsidy. So let's just try and break away with all of that and open up this ecosystem. The good news is that we have renewed funding for the network under the European Social Fund Plus, and I'm here to tell you a bit about how that's looking and how we're doing. I'm just going back to the inception of the Action Against Hunger European Network, and we've seen some progression within our own organization. At first, it was enough for us to just take part and to see new things, but now we can say that we have consolidated these European projects as a practical instrument with which to carry out our work in the organization. We have been well welcomed, and we are actually using this as a tool to help support social initiatives. You can see the projects here that we have underway at the moment, and you can see that they started in September. And most of them, except this one, are led by Action Against Hunger. So that proves our intention and our willing to be out there, to be in the spotlight and to drive social innovation. We have evolved with European projects under Action Against Hunger, and we've also evolved as a network. I'm not sure if this is working well, but you can see on the screen how each member has grown and how the number of members has risen. We are 545 right now with 34 countries. And as Luis was saying, we're representing every European country and all of the citizens. Here we have a heat spot map, and I can say that we're proud of where we are. But of course, we want more. We want to move forward. We want to improve our service that we offer each member of our network. And so what we have done is we've detected a need to change and to go from exchanging experiences, which is not good enough anymore because it was very interesting right at the beginning, but now we want to head towards a common joint workspace where we can truly devote time to working on social innovation. We've gone from participating in European projects, as we also mentioned with each of the members of our network, towards, and now we've always done this, we've always seen this as an instrument for social innovation, but right now we're going to insist on that even more. So we're heading towards seeing EU projects as an instrument for funding social innovation. Then in terms of best practice, we're going to leave that behind as well. Best practice will always be there, but what we really want is to identify social innovations that work based on evidence, as Madeleine was saying. And we still have plenty of room for improvement and much more to do, and I really appreciate everything Madeleine has said because it is going to be really insightful and helpful in designing the next steps of our network. And ultimately, in European projects, they always have a beginning and an end, like every European project. But what we want to head towards is social experimentation with a more sustainable approach and a more impact-based approach. So with that new framework, that new perspective, we have defined a new network that is divided into these 3 action blocks. So it has, let's say, 3 lines of action. The first one is social experimentation to scale up innovations. We're going to develop a tool with which to systematize the scale-up process based on the experiences of what we scale up in the network and in other projects. And then there's also going to be a line dedicated to capacity building. In terms of social experimentation for scaling up, which is the first line of action, we're going to start with a challenge, then we'll be doing the listening, then we'll be matching the organizations with the social innovations, and then we will be monitoring the pilot project of that scale-up. Initially, it will be between Spain and Europe, Europe and Spain, so Spain will contribute an innovation to Europe that has been identified to do with a challenge and in a listening session, and vice versa. There will be feedback there. And then the European members of the network will import Spain's innovation examples, also linked to the same challenge. The tool for making the scale process more systematic involves several cycles. One will be investigating or researching other examples of good practice and systems, then developing a methodology, but building on the experience we get from our network. We will be guiding organizations, including Action Against Hunger, through the process, and we're going to make it more systematic to help other organizations in their social innovation scale-up. And then the last line of action is capacity building, because we believe that every member is at a different level with different degrees of expertise, not only in social innovation, but in other fields as well. So we think it's crucial to have this capacity building on each topic, and they'll be evolving over the years. They will be replicable in cycles. And we're going to provide an online tool to help these organizations to develop their social innovation process on their own. And that's all from me. I don't really want to speak any longer. Just want to say thank you. It is such a pleasure to be here and to have you here and see that so many people are coming back to the forum. So thank you very much. And I think it's time for some questions now. Yes, question time. Does anyone want to ask Alicia any questions, or Madeleine as well? There weren't any questions initially. Okay, we do have a question over here. Hello, thank you very much. I wanted to ask whether you can give us a practical example of an innovation for social inclusion that has been done or that you're working on, just to help us understand it all a bit better. Okay, yes, you're going to hear two examples. Two right now, because we're going to be hearing from the winners of our prizes. Before we had an annual prize for best practices, but we're moving away from that concept now. The winners are going to have a bit of time, and so are the other runners-up, to tell us a bit about their social innovation projects. So you'll be hearing from them shortly. Then let's go for it. Do we have another question? Luis? Hi, I just wanted to say, you can relax, don't worry. It's not a difficult question. I just want to say, to start with, thanks to Alicia and to the whole team for organizing an event like this. I didn't mention it when I was opening the event, but with such a great team behind us, it's a luxury, it's a privilege to be able to do things like this. But rather than asking a question, I wanted to highlight something that I was talking to Madeleine about earlier as well. In the field of social innovation, there are a lot of events geared towards social business, towards social entrepreneurship and all that. But in terms of events or gatherings where the different players get together and talk about social innovation in the third sector and how to influence a systemic change at the level of public policies, there's really very few events like this. And how to do this in a collaborative way. There's a lot about social entrepreneurs being natural leaders who drive projects. But social innovation is collaborative. And in Madrid, I think there should be more events like this one that we're holding today. And the network gives us the chance to do that. And it's been growing little by little and maturing. And I think it's great that we have all of you taking part here, and as well as those who are listening online. And let's really make the most of everyone who's here to share their expertise and their know-how, because it's an absolute privilege, with the generosity of everyone who's taking part, to be able to learn from them. So I just really wanted to highlight that role that the network plays, and that, as Alicia was playing, the whole journey that lies ahead and the path that we'll be following, it's going to head in that direction. And let's make the most of it, because there are too few opportunities and forums in which to talk about how social innovation can change public policies. That was very beautiful. So a round of applause for Luis. That was really nice contribution and very necessary. Are we ready to go? Yeah, let's do it. So these are prizes, not best practice prizes, but an award for social innovation. That's what we're calling it now, okay? The time has come to acknowledge those who have been carrying out social innovations and who have been doing it in a really good way. We had two categories in this award call, one for employment and one for entrepreneurship. Inclusive employment, there's two winners there. We've got one winner for each category and also one runner-up for each category. The winner of inclusive employment came from Italy, Ana Maria Giordano Lazzarelli. A round of applause, please.
Ana María, esta placa tan bonita. Bueno, y ahora Ana...
Here you go, Ana Maria. You have this beautiful plaque, and now you're going to tell us about what this innovation is about, what this project is about. Gracias y buenos días o buenas tardes. Es un placer poder estar aquí y ver tantas mujeres en la sala. Voy a empezar con una pregunta. ¿Cuántas de entre las mujeres tienen un trabajo estable ahora mismo? Levanten las manos. Vale, bastantes. Podemos entonces considerar que somos afortunadas. Ahora mismo la tasa de desempleo entre mujeres en Italia está en torno al 54%. Es el nivel más alto de desempleo de Europa. Y en el sur de Italia es todavía peor. Menos de 4 mujeres de cada 10 tienen un empleo estable y solo el 42% tienen una cuenta bancaria. Hay trabajos, no tienen trabajos, si los tienen están mal pagadas, dependen de sus familiares y algunas mujeres terminan en la cárcel, sobre todo por cometer delitos relacionados con la propiedad y con el tráfico de drogas y también con el robo. Este problema nos subraya su necesidad económica. Hay mujeres dentro de la cárcel que sufren distintas formas de violencia de género y se está mostrando una correlación entre la violencia de género y los delitos. Las mujeres a menudo asumen la responsabilidad de los delitos cometidos por sus parejas o sus familiares, buscan protegerlos y por eso acceden al sistema penal. Encontrar un trabajo es más difícil para las mujeres que para los hombres. Y si es así, imaginaos lo difícil que tiene que ser para una mujer encarcelada. Las cárceles son instituciones que deberían reeducar a las personas que están encarceladas a través de un apoyo emocional, programas de formación, orientación laboral, pero casi nunca, al menos en Italia, disponen de los recursos necesarios para llevar a cabo esta función de rehabilitación. En la cárcel, las mujeres sufren una serie de consecuencias muy negativas en cuanto a su estado emocional. Por supuesto, se sienten privadas de su libertad, pero sobre todo alejadas de sus familias, de sus hijos. La mayoría, por supuesto, tiene hijos. A nivel corporal, sufren las causas negativas, por ejemplo, de trastornos de la visión, porque ven poco espacio dentro de la cárcel. Y además cogen peso porque reducen su actividad física. Desde el punto de vista emocional, además, tienden a ser más olvidadizas y, por tanto, se encuentran en un vacío. Y cuando ya salen de la cárcel, el estigma social asociado con ellas y la falta de experiencia laboral ocasionada por este encarcelamiento les afecta muchísimo y hace que sea tremendamente difícil encontrar un trabajo. Por eso, muchas veces la única opción que tienen es volver a delinquir. Y eso es lo que llamamos el recidivismo, la repetición. Por tanto, lo que tenemos que hacer es abordar el tema de reinserción social. Esta es nuestra misión, intentar buscar una reinserción social y laboral para las mujeres. El empoderar también a las mujeres y fomentar su libertad, su autonomía financiera y evitar la violencia en todas sus formas, también en lo económico. Hemos abierto una cafetería dentro de una cárcel, lo hicimos en 2010, lleva ya 14 años en marcha y la idea del café surgió de 3 factores principales. En primer lugar, nos encanta el café. Tomamos entre 3 y 10 cafés al día en Italia, que son muchos. No creo que sea muy saludable, pero en fin, es lo que se hace. En segundo lugar, tenemos una gran tradición artesanal de hacer café que, por desgracia, se está echando a perder debido a la producción a nivel industrial. Y en tercer lugar, queríamos de verdad darle la vuelta a los estereotipos de género y producir el café, hacer café, nunca había sido cosa de mujeres, hasta el punto de que la palabra con la que se designa es torrefattore al que hace café, mientras que la mujer es torrefattrice, que hace referencia a una máquina y no a la persona que hace el café. Abrir esta cafetería o este café nos hizo darnos cuenta de que las mujeres muchas veces no son conscientes de las habilidades que tienen. Nosotras supimos encontrar esas capacidades, esas habilidades, y resultó que efectivamente las capacidades que habían obtenido en el ámbito de la delincuencia eran perfectas. Por ejemplo, sabían contar muy rápidamente el dinero, sabían pesar el polvo del café con sus ojos, sabían cerrar también los paquetes muy rápido y además tenían capacidades de gestión porque estaban acostumbradas a gestionar otros asuntos. Entonces el tema del café les resultaba muy sencillo. Se convirtió en un lugar en el que podían hacer piña, en el que podían redescubrir sus capacidades y también fortalecer la confianza la una entre la otra, además de desarrollar su independencia económica. Es importante, no solo dentro de la cárcel. No sé si muchos lo saben, pero en la prisión también tiene que haber gastos. no es solo un gasto público, es un gasto para la persona que se encuentra detenida. Y cuando la gente no puede permitirse el coste, por supuesto, es una deuda la que adquieren. Por eso ayudar a las mujeres en este ámbito era ayudarlas en todo, en los 360 grados. Además de mejorar su experiencia, decidimos abrir otro café en Nápoles porque pensamos que si queríamos fomentar su reinserción en social, íbamos a tener que ser capaces de hacer que vuelvan también en la vida real, ¿no? Fuera de la cárcel. Algunas salían de la cárcel por la mañana y volvían por la noche después de trabajar. De esta manera les dimos algo indispensable que echaban en falta, que era relacionarse con las personas. No solo entonces podían hablar entre ellas, sino también con clientes, proveedores, que les ofreció una gran experiencia. Y se convirtió en un punto de partida de referencia. Hicimos presentaciones, laboratorios de arte. Son eventos muy importantes para las mujeres con las que trabajamos y también para la comunidad, porque ven a la institución de la cárcel de manera distinta y también las personas encarceladas. También hemos producido un laboratorio de chocolate en la cárcel porque a todos nos gusta un poquito de chocolate y tarta con nuestro café. Era algo súper sabroso, pero es que también era inspirador ver a las mujeres desarrollar este arte de hacer chocolate. Además, como una pequeña spin-off de nuestra actividad, hicimos un curso de formación en la gestión de este tipo de instalaciones y en limpieza, y pudimos contratar a 5 mujeres encarceladas, 15, mientras que en 2010 contratamos a más de 80, entonces redujimos el nivel de personas que vuelven a cometer un delito. Creo que resulta bastante claro que tenemos un enfoque feminista. Somos todo mujeres, somos 25 mujeres, y es sobre todo porque reconocemos la lucha que han sufrido las mujeres a nivel histórico y queríamos ver qué es lo que llevábamos perdiéndonos tanto tiempo. Creo que este premio hace un reconocimiento a todo esto y también contribuimos al medio ambiente por las decisiones pequeñas que tomamos en el día a día. Por ejemplo, nuestro café procede de pequeñas cooperativas del sur, del hemisferio sur. El empaquetado y los materiales son completamente reciclables, mientras que la mayoría de paquetes de café no lo son. Nuestro menú es del todo vegetariano o incluso vegano porque intentamos reducir el impacto que tenemos sobre la cadena alimenticia, y además se hacen las entregas por bici. Estoy súper agradecida de estar aquí y quiero daros las gracias de nuevo por esta oportunidad y por haberme escuchado. Muchas gracias. Gracias, Ana María. Quédate aquí porque me gustaría saber qué les ha parecido a estas mujeres encarceladas. Algo tan simple como un café que tiene tanto significado, ¿no? El café representa el hogar, representa las amistades, también la libertad. Entonces, ¿qué os dicen esas mujeres? Bueno, están encantadísimas, por supuesto, porque cuando entran en la cárcel lo ven todo muy negro, no tienen esperanza, no tienen ningún sentido de perspectiva a futuro. Y este programa creo que les da un poquito de luz al final del túnel que necesitan para poder comprender que de esa experiencia también puede resultar algo bueno para ellas y para la sociedad en su conjunto. Gracias, gracias por tu trabajo. Y enhorabuena. Coffee beans.
Es un buen ejemplo. Bueno, vamos a...
It's a great example. And we're now going to move on to the next winner in the Inclusive Entrepreneurship category. It's She Did It, and we will be hearing from Lien van Ramenbol from Belgium.
Enhorabuena. Thank you so much. Your time.
Congratulations.
Everybody, I'm gonna continue the discussion on bias that we had before and also on female empowerment. Thank you, Ana Maria, for paving this path. Since She Did It, of whom I'm the founder, is also a female-focused organization for entrepreneurs with migration backgrounds. So I'm gonna also start with a question. Do you recognize the entrepreneur in this? Who recognizes the entrepreneur in this picture? Do you see this man as an entrepreneur? All right. Do you know somebody like this who is an entrepreneur? You also do. That's good. I think you're in the right spot here. But in fact, this group that we're working on, migrant women in Belgium, are facing certain challenges since they are the most far away from the image of the entrepreneur and also most far away from the ecosystem of entrepreneurship. And I'm going to show you the bias that you have in your head, maybe with another example. So I'm talking about this entrepreneur that I know, and I really look up to her. She's only 16. Right now she's 19, I think. She's the founder of a cosmetics brand. So she started that when she was 16. In Belgium, you're not allowed to start a business when you're a minor, so she started that. She went to the notary with her brother, and she said, I want to start this business, and once I turn 18, I want to come back, change it to my name, and buy a car with the savings of the business and get my driver's license. So she did that, and now her company is called Pretty Little Glow. Through her determination and action drive, she did reach that goal, and she makes more than 1 million right now. But she looks like this. Her name is Mariama Balde, and this is the woman I'm talking about. And I don't know what kind of image came in your head when I was talking about her, but maybe it's not this one that you were picturing. And why don't we know these stories? Why don't we know these Mariamas more in the world and in Belgium in particular? That's what we are working on at She Did It. So where diversity meets womanpreneurship, you can see some sphere pictures of our shop and the other events that we are organizing. This is part of the team. Actually, we've been growing so rapidly from a team of 3 people to 18 in a year and a half. So it's not all of us here, but you can tell already from the picture, I think, that we are representing in the team also the target audience that we're trying to reach. And Siham and me started this back in the days in 2018, so 6 years ago. I had this idea because myself, I was also an entrepreneur. And I can relate with some things that were told about social entrepreneurs, since I also have another, let's say, track in my career that's more socially inspired. But by having my commercial businesses, at one point I realized that I had a step ahead of other people because my mother's also an entrepreneur and I'm supported, and I grew up in a normal environment. And most of all, I had a direct contact line, a direct telephone line to my mother, like, okay, how do you do this? How can I talk to somebody in your network? And at some point, I realized that this group of people in society we're missing a lot of potential because this group doesn't know where to start, where to go, or how to fulfill their passions and ambitions into reality. So what we do is mainly business coaching in the middle. It's around 300 women per year that we help out individually with their business plan and financial plan. But we also have a group coaching program for youngsters, from around 200 youngsters, because the new generation, I don't know what your experience is, but the new generation, at least in Belgium, is highly ambitious at a young age. We're starting already from 15. But even younger, they're interested in doing business. At least they grow up with the idea of having a side business, a side hustle at least. So that's a group coaching program. And then we have an inclusive concept store. So that's a shop where women can experiment with the selling of their products. And then a fourth one that is maybe also interesting for some people here in the audience is last year we also raised a fund, because we saw that a lot of women were struggling finding the starting capital for their business. So we raised a fund. It's still small. It's 50,000 euros. Okay, so it's a way to start and to take a leap in this gap. Of course, we organize a lot of things like events and matchmaking online, but that's not really interesting. These are some numbers. I could go on and on for hours, but I invite you to come and speak to me after this, or to come and visit us in Belgium. There's a delegation from this award that is going to visit us in Amberes. So I'm really looking forward to that because I believe that this mission is not only applicable to Belgium, but maybe also to your context. So let's talk about that and let's stay in touch. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask you something too. Here in Spain, we say something like, don't give the vulnerable the fish, but learn him fishing.
How to fish.
Yeah. So can you explain to us only one case? I mean, that woman that it's going now into your head. What happened?
Well, I think this Mariama is a good example. Now that you see how she looks like, maybe it's good to continue on her.
What she said to you?
Of course, she had a good mindset, and I don't think entrepreneurship is for everybody. So I don't want to push people to choose entrepreneurship whatsoever. There's other, employment programs that are really interesting and that may be a better fit for them. But it's true that maybe another case, I would say Nancy coming from Guatemala to Belgium, and she didn't work for 10 years, I think, because she wanted to be at the school hour, ending the school for her children at 3:30. It's really early in Belgium, so you need to be there at 3:30. And so she couldn't combine that with finding a job because the degree was not recognized. And I convinced her to do something with her true passion, which was beauty, like nails. And for her, she could perfectly fit that with her need to be there for the children, because she could schedule her clients like she wanted. And now she has a booming business. So indeed, it's sometimes just a matter of opening up your network, opening up information for the ones that don't have direct access. Yeah.
Thank you. Vamos ahora a conocer al resto.
Now we're going to meet the rest of the finalists. We have Laura Melo, who I think is joining us online from Belgium. She's going to talk to us about Energy Transition Careers Compass.
Being there, unfortunately, we could not attend in person, but hopefully in the future we can meet in person in the next forum. So I'm Laura, I'm part of the European Energy Youth Network. I'm the co-coordinator of the data and content team for our flagship project, the Energy Transitions Career Compass. And in the name of my team, I would really like to express our sincere gratitude to the European Network of Innovation for Inclusion of Action Against Anger for this recognition. So what is the Energy Transitions Compass? Very briefly, we were born almost 2 years ago out of a shared belief among a group of young students, younger at the time, now young professionals, that the energy transition is one of the most significant social revolutions of our generation. We believe that youth from all across the globe should be actively engaged in this movement to ensure that it is fair and just for everyone and for future generations. Our goal with the Energy Transitions Career Compass, our project, is to create an online platform that offers clear and reliable information about job careers in the renewable energy sector. We aim to be a central resource for young students, university graduates, technicians, and professionals, including those transitioning for sectors like oil and gas, by providing a comprehensive overview of the renewable energy value chain. We promote transparency within the sector and offer guidance on the green skills needed for various jobs, as well as potential training opportunities. It was great to hear the winning presentations, and we are really, truly honored for the chance to be featured alongside such inspiring projects and initiatives. Thanks again for the opportunity, and we believe that occasions like these will help further our mission of sharing our platform and support the energy professionals of tomorrow, hopefully our future fellow colleagues. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Laura Melo.
Thank you very much, Laura Melo, for your work.
Here to keep this, we maybe are going to send you. Thank you, Laura.
Perfect, thank you.
Siguiente finalista.
And the next finalist is for Refugee Women Academy, who are not here with us today, unfortunately, and they couldn't be present online. They have an academy for helping women on boosting their soft and hard skills in Athens, Greece. A round of applause for them. So the following, so we're now going to talk about the finalists for inclusive entrepreneurship. The first one, Relight. Relight, congratulations. The award is for Lina Klemkite. Sorry, because I don't know how to pronounce it. You can come here and tell me how to. Klemkite. I know that my surname is not easy, but the important thing here is Relight. Congratulations. Thank you for this recognition that also help us to keep being motivated as a team. The designing stage of the process for the Relight project, in it we started searching new innovative strategies with the objective of boosting and fostering inclusive innovation, taking already in place initiatives and projects that already existed to find two concepts, intersectionality and leadership, as essential concepts. And why? Because the intersectionality helps us identify different layers of discrimination that migrant women face, while self-leadership skills are needed for migrant women to make more effective decisions in challenging environments that are challenging for them. And so by having an informative itinerary as our core and capacity building approach, we created a proposal for the Erasmus Plus project, obtaining collaboration with our Italy, Greece, and Spain collaborators and partners. We are three entities. The Relight project wants to provide effective tools to our objective group, which are migrant women. In the development of this training itinerary, we have also applied another approach called challenge-based education that does not only allow us to develop the most technical skills, but also to foster the self-leadership skills. And in 2 weeks, we're going to be in Rome with the young entrepreneur migrant women group to share this training itinerary, gathering the last batch of feedback and update this itinerary to be able to share with all of you. Thank you.
Y el siguiente finalista.
And the next finalist is a Galician Return Program, the MELO program. Luis Garcia is here to receive this recognition. A big round of applause. So please explain to us what this project is about. Thank you. First of all, to Action Against Hunger for fostering a network that is so important because of its characteristics, and for providing these awards because with them we give visibility to this project. And in this case, you're recognizing the team that I'm representing today, so that we can keep this positive energy to continue taking this project forward. We need to thank our main ally, the Galician government, the Xunta de Galicia, that was able to recognize the need for new people coming from other countries. And since we were a very migrant region some decades ago, there are a lot of places where Spanish people are still called Galicians, Galegos, because of how many Galician people migrated in those years. And we want for their descendants to come back to Galicia, and that is what the Melo project is about. They accompany these people in a process that, well, we generally share the language because they come from Venezuela, Argentina, etc. But the shocks that they find at a business level, at a work-life level, are still there, and we respond to their work needs. We have to think that on average, 72% of them are women. We call them returned Galician women. That is the term established by the Galician government that is providing not only economic funding for these, because the return is difficult sometimes at an administrative level. They want to have their study degrees and everything that they have achieved recognized, and that process is difficult, and we are there to provide that help for them in 3 stages. The first one, business for training. We also help them understand what being an entrepreneur is, and the person needs to make that decision, not as a result of us forcing them to. That part for us is very important, and once that person makes that decision, we also accompany them through that process with a mentor network that help consolidate, grow, and improve their projects. We have been working on this since 2021. We are working on helping 400 entrepreneurship, which are micro business owners. And what we provide to them sometimes is what freelance workers don't have, which are a favorable ecosystem, so that they can feel accompanied, so that they can create links between each other. And as I said, we've been working on this since 2021. This is a young program, but we always want to improve. We detected a need that was relevant to incorporate, and we do it with a Bureau of Psychologists, which is to provide mental health support. It is difficult to change countries, to come to a place where you know very few people or you don't know anyone. So this emotional support is important, and what we have incorporated as well is this umbrella called Youth in Spain that works in Spain, but also at an international level. We created a solidarity funds to provide microcredit to these people. A lot of people sometimes don't have access to them, so companies and individual people are providing the money to be able to give out these microcredits. It is a pleasure for us to be here, to be able to talk about this project. Thank you for this opportunity, and congratulations to all the winners.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you so much to all of you, especially for all the work you've been doing. We're now coming to the end of this event. So we're going to try and wrap things up with a final conclusion, we're going to be watching a video that has been sent in by the speaker because he could regrettably not be here with us in the flesh. So he sent in a video. This is Miquel de Paladella. He's the CEO of UpSocial, but he's been working in this field for over 30 years, and he's going to explain it, but he says he's obsessed with social innovation, and there's 2 reasons for that, and let's hear from him. Hi, I'm Miquel de Paladella, and I'm really sorry that I can't be with you face to face, but at least I'm able to join you virtually to share with you some of the lessons learned over all of these 30+ years that I've been working and applying innovation to solve social problems, because that's what this brief presentation is about. And my obsession for social innovation stems essentially from a few observations that I've made. The first thing is that the social problems we face are often complex social problems. Complex in the sense that what we call wicked problems are very difficult to act on, and they are very deeply rooted in a system. And it's that system that causes social problems. And when we try to transform this system, we can apply levers that will change the problem. And that's why inertia is not the best force for solving this kind of social problems. Instead, we should use innovation. The second reason why social innovation is so important, or at least what makes me so obsessed about it, is that we are really struggling to invest in prevention and to take preventative action. We prefer to step in when the emergency comes up. We're putting out fires, even in the knowledge that if we had been preventative, the problem would not be chronic, it would be so much easier to solve, and we would be able to broaden our ability to respond to the problem holistically. But this is very difficult, and that's why I think I'm so obsessed with focusing on innovation to become preventive. Another issue that I think a lot of us will agree is a problem is that many of the social issues we're dealing with grow faster than the responses we're able to give. And that calls on us to focus harder on more efficient ways to address these social problems. And lastly, I think it's also become very apparent that we are providing fragmented responses to interconnected problems. Our lives are not compartmentalized. We can't just tap in, click on a button so that that problem goes away. Problems are not enclosed in boxes in mental health, in employment, in education, or in any kind of other box that we can imagine. Instead, that it needs to be that holistic, that comprehensive approach that's going to help us to provide better solutions than we're providing now. And I know all this might sound like a lot of hot air. It might sound quite far-fetched. And in our daily lives, we're very much obsessed with just keeping the wheels turning. We're all on a train, and our lives are just difficult in keeping that train going. So the few times that we actually can look up and look at the horizon, it seems that our fate is already cast, that the path we're going to follow is already laid. But this image can really illustrate how counterproductive our way of addressing social issues can be. This image is a much more useful one. We need to admit that we are on board a very big ship, and it's hard to steer and to re-steer. But we should acknowledge that social innovation is not about re-steering that big ship. It's about working with these small boats that are out there on the ground, working in real contexts and testing the waters in a more agile and more speedy way to see whether following a different path could take us to a better destination. And if any of those boats manages to find a path that is worth following because the destination is worth it, we should have the ability to head to whoever is steering and just get them to turn it a little bit, because you don't need a huge turnaround to take you to a very different destination. And that is what I think innovation should be achieving, and that's the perspective I think it should follow. So what I wanted to do today with you is just share some of the lessons I have learned in these 30+ years of experience I've built up, in case any of them will be useful to you. I'm going to focus on 7 lessons. The first one is that social innovation works when it is driven by demand. We know that there is a great need for innovation, but that need is latent in many cases. And the key to it all is to transform that need into a demand. When there is a demand for innovation, when someone is claiming innovation, we need to find more effective and efficient solutions to social problems, and that is when innovation can become more efficient. Otherwise, we come across ideas, processes where people are selling solutions in search of a problem, and we know that that's not the way things should work. The second lesson is that social innovation works when the challenge is well designed, well defined. This involves investing a lot in gathering the data that can help us to understand and document the problem. It also pushes us to use different frameworks to approach the problem. If we are able to understand the problem from the angle of the different stakeholders who are involved in that problem, if we're able to define it, describe it from all of those angles, that is when we will be able to detect and identify the key levers to drive effective and efficient innovations. And that also involves seeing this reality from the point of view of the beneficiaries and bringing them on board to help them determine the type of solution, the type of lever we should be pushing to achieve this solution. Beneficiaries are often not part of the solution, but they should be, rather than being just part of the problem. And lastly, we should not make do with answers that address simple and superficial problems, arguing that we don't have enough time or money to find a deeper solution. That would be too superficial. If there isn't enough time, if there isn't enough money, it's because our priorities are wrong. And if we haven't prioritized right, why? So understanding the challenge from all of these points of view can provide a guarantee that we are not only solving irrelevant challenges. There can be nothing more frustrating in life than providing a great solution to an irrelevant problem through innovation. The third lesson is that social innovation works when we act at the most effective time, at the most effective point of the problem. When we know that a problem is in the making, it's building up, and as it evolves, we can see which point our action could be most effective at. So it's about analyzing the pathway or the road that the problem is following. That's going to help us to really hit the right spot when we can have the greatest impact. That's when social innovation really works. Another lesson learned is that when experiments are carried out with the legacy that they should achieve in mind, that's when they work. Experimentation is the basis for innovation, and it works when we know that the experiment or the pilot project has been created to actually generate knowledge, not just to try to sell the project to someone because it's small and it's cheap. Pilots can be born and can die just a pilot if they are born with the idea of just selling our project and preventing anyone from stopping us on the way. They should really focus on the knowledge that is generated, on the evidence. So we need to provide thorough evidence that this can provide the most effective solution. If we do that, then that experiment, that pilot, that evidence will be enough to help us scale up. If not, why else would we be doing a pilot project? The fifth lesson learned is that problems need to be tackled based on their systemic causes. And I'm going to give you an example of teaching mathematics, because the PISA report a few months ago laid a truth, a reality on the table. It's a very harsh reality that has been the case for the past 20 years, that 27% of children in Spain don't learn maths, according to the last PISA report. Now, for teachers, this would be easy to see, because at the end, at the back of their classroom, they can surely see 4 or 5 kids who are just sitting there aimlessly doing nothing in their maths class. When they see this as a teacher, they should be able to react. If they can see it happening, they can see those 4 or 5 kids doing nothing in their classroom, they can react. But if they were able to connect the reality and say, this year I had 4 or 5 kids, last year I had 7, and the year before that I had 5 who were not doing anything. If you manage to connect those numbers and shape a pattern, then maybe you could say, maybe I'm not just going to talk to these kids after school. I'm going to already put a reinforcement lesson in. But these still would not be the systemic causes. This would just be allowing us to anticipate, to get ahead. But it wouldn't help us to analyze the cause. It's when we analyze the cause that we can see the underlying structures that create the problem. These underlying structures are that the training provided for maths teachers here in Spain are probably not good enough, and when they explain how to multiply fractions, they're just teaching us times the one at the top by the one on the bottom, but they're not explaining it using pizzas. Every single child knows what a pizza is like, but when you don't understand what multiplying fractions is and visualize it in a pizza, then you cannot possibly understand it. So training teachers is important, and so is the resources that you have. Textbooks are unable to explain maths. They don't go from something specific to the abstract concept. They either explain it specifically or in an abstract way, but they never connect. So the mathematical resources and the teacher training is where we're lacking. If we address those root causes, that's when we're going to be able to reshape the system to make it effective. But that's not the only problem. It's often the mental models that we use. We either apply them consciously or subconsciously. For instance, in maths, we often label someone as not being good at maths, not being cut out with a mathematical mind. And when they're not made for maths, when they believe that they are not good at this, that's a label that they carry for life. But when they take that on board, they begin to believe it, it becomes true, because if you believe that an effort is irrelevant, you won't work hard, so you will become dismotivated, and this enters a vicious cycle that it's really difficult to pull out of. Mental models are very often crucial to understand the systemic causes in order to address these two underlying structures and mental models, in order to, as I was saying, truly address the problem in all of its dimensions. Social innovation works when we acknowledge how slow social change is. And I'm saying it's slow because it takes us a long time to not just contain the emergency, but to build a full ecosystem, because there are no magic wands that provide solutions. It is through a portfolio of actions and a mix of different players and stakeholders, some of which you control, some which other people control, but you can ally and become allied with all those people and create the capacity to change the system. This also means sharing responsibilities and accountability, sharing with everyone, all of the stakeholders, including the beneficiaries who should be part of the solution. And this can only happen if we set ourselves realistic timelines for change, and if we can truly measure what matters. And that doesn't mean giving learning courses for people who are unemployed. It means retaining employment, and to do that you need a broad timeline. It's not just a short-term issue. These are 4, 5, 7-year projects that should really help to change the problem. So to work from the understanding that social change is slow, and understanding that regrettably there is no microwave, everything is done in the slow cooker, that's one of the most important aspects of social innovation. And the last lesson learned is that social innovation can be scaled if it's done from the beginning. If we carry out and conduct experiments that prove that something works, but proving that it's also scalable right from the very outset. This involves identifying each of the innovations that we do, and in each innovation, we need to detect what are its active agents, what are its active ingredients, and so we can then extract that and replicate it. So we need to detect the active principle, the active agent. Paracetamol, for a high temperature, you might combine it with something else, but the paracetamol here is the active ingredient, the active agent. That's what's non-negotiable. And after that, you can discuss what you can change in one context or another. And then another element that should define this scalability right from the beginning is how to simplify our action. It's about simplifying what we do to make it scalable. This simplification is an enabler of scaling, and it can be taken to the extreme, if so, it can become counterproductive. So simplifying has to be within reason. These are the 7 lessons learned that I wanted to share with you today. I think now is a great time to innovate, because the demand for innovation is becoming more and more apparent in so many spheres, and there are resources. There will not be resources in a few years' time. We will probably be in a context of more scarce resources. So a time to invest in innovation is now. I hope that was very insightful for you, at least some part of it, and I hope to be able to meet you face to face very soon. Goodbye.
Muchas gracias, Miquel de Paladella.
Thank you so much, Miquel de Paladella. We are now on the final stretch of our event, but before we get there, I do want to say that we're going to be able to travel, and let me tell you how. We have some QR codes here. They were displayed earlier. Let's see if we can display those again. These are study visits from the winning projects and also the finalists. So everyone in the network is invited to do these study visits. If you want to do the actual visit, you might have to pay, but you can. There's Lazarel, and there's She Did It, and there's also the finalists as well. If you want to save these QR codes, you can take a snapshot of them right now. And then we're going to move on to the next QR code, which is also very interesting. Are we ready? Okay, here it is. These are all of the projects that were presented to these awards. All the projects that were presented are here, so if anyone's interested, they can scan this QR code and check them out. And the last QR code that we're going to show you here today is this satisfaction survey, so that you can tell us whether you found it interesting, whether you enjoyed it. And we can guess, so it's not absolutely essential, but we do like to hear from you. Those of you who are here today face-to-face, and also for those of you who have been watching online on YouTube or LinkedIn. And lastly, I would now like to call up to the stage all of the winners and finalists and all of the speakers. We're going to take our family photo before we go and have our aperitif, to just have a bit of a drink together and a snack. So thank you so much to everyone. A round of applause for all of you. Please, winners, speakers, let's stand over here.
Vamos, Luis.
Come on, Luis. And everyone else, you can actually go now. If you want to start, you can have a drink, or if you want to stay, we can all go together at the end.
Aquí. Pasa, pasa.